Good morning, Michael. I'm making you the host. Good morning, Michael. I'm making you the host.
We'll see. So, it was on my desk and I went, "I'll swear that up, Chief." I will.
It doesn't. Sometimes it's a test. How are you, sir?
Good. Does the flap on top of the chair bother you?
I didn't even.
It bothered me. I took a different chair. That's
Oh,
what.
could I do that?
It's right there, yeah. Careful which one you pick. Some of them are too right.
Deputy. Oh, dude. Okay, thanks.
Better?
Yes, sir.
Well, I haven't heard from council yet. I don't know. There may be some preliminaries. I don't know. Any administrative preliminaries? Nothing? Swearing in time. Chief, would you please stand and swear you in? Yes, ma'am.
Chief, can you please identify yourself for the arbitrator?
Good morning, sir. My name is Charles Hood, Fire Chief of the City of San Antonio.
Could you spell your name for me, please, Chief?
Hood.
Okay. Great.
Chief Hood, how long have you been with the San Antonio Fire Department?
I started here in April of April 16th, 2007.
And what is it your job to do as the fire chief?
I am responsible for all emergency responses, fire suppression, EMS, fire prevention, community service, emergency operations, basically all the activities of the San Antonio Fire Department.
You run the entire department.
Yes, ma'am.
Does part of your job include administering discipline?
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your job, have you had reason to come to know Miss Lauren Bennett?
I try to learn my firefighters' names and know as many firefighters as I can. And so I've had instances where I've been around firefighter Bienick, Station 23. I remember she worked at, so I have been around her before.
Have you ever had reason to issue discipline for Ms. Bennett?
No, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, I have. I thought you meant prior to this.
Okay, well, let's go there first. Prior to what we're here to discuss today, have you ever disciplined Ms. Bennett?
No, ma'am.
Have you had any problems prior to what we're here to discuss today with her work?
Not at all.
Do you have any personal feelings for or against Ms. Bennett?
No, ma'am.
So let's talk a little bit then about why we're here today. You issued a final indefinite for Ms. Bennett back in June of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to me a little bit about why you decided that an indefinite, why was Ms. Bennett issued a discipline in the first place?
It had come to our knowledge that there was a Facebook post out of a monkey face of the former president. And so that was brought to us. And so we started looking into discipline for this. Seeing that again, it was disappointing and sad to see something like that, but it was something that we had to continue to look into and try to come to terms as far as discipline for her.
You mentioned this was made on Facebook. What is Facebook?
Facebook is a social media platform where friends, family, colleagues can communicate with each other. They can show pictures, videos, basically keep track with people. Some people have, thousands of friends or followers on Facebook. So social media platform.
And Facebook works through the internet. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So once it's out there, it's out there.
It's out there.
Is Facebook open to anybody?
Facebook is open to anybody that gets the app and signs up, basically, yes.
You mentioned that you became aware there was a Facebook post involving a monkey face and former president. What former president?
President Obama.
Will you turn to tab 3 in that large binder?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the Facebook post that you were referencing?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And you've seen this prior to today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Chief, what does this post mean? Like when you look at this post that Ms. Bennett did, what does it imply to you?
It's racist. Being an African-American man, it saddens me because Black men have been equated to monkeys for over 400 years. And so to see something like this, I won't say that it's surprising, but it was disappointing because it was one of our firefighters. And we spend over a third to a half of our lives at fire stations sitting with members of diverse race and gender. We respond to a community that mirrors our fire department. So again, we respond to a very diverse community. So anyone that would see this would assume that, this is a racist statement coming from a coworker.
And you mentioned, how it made you feel as an African-American man. Did you allow your personal feelings as an African-American man to cloud your judgment when you decided what discipline to issue?
And I'll reiterate, yes, I was sad. I was disappointed by what I saw, but never in any way did it affect my judgment on discipline. I believe in being fair. I believe in being consistent. And so in no way did this affect my judgment on the discipline. We also do our discipline. We don't do it in a vacuum to where I'm the only person that is making decisions or providing information or vertical leadership on a situation. So again, I will go back every time I see it. Yeah, it's sad to see African-American men depicted like this, but it didn't affect my judgment or my decision-making in this. Also, when we first saw this, we had sent an assistant chief out basically to ask her to cease and desist.
Can I ask that when we're using the pejorative we go ahead and just identify who we are? Because I keep hearing we, and I'm
Sure.
really curious who all these people are you're referring to.
Okay.
Excuse me a minute. Could you read back the last part of the chief's answer? And then you can go.
Well, no, I just keep saying we.
I'll correct that.
No, I understand. I just didn't catch the last few. What did he say? The last part of his answer? To do what? Okay. That's what I missed. Council? Your turn.
I will in the future.
Chief, you mentioned that you don't make a decision in a vacuum. Are you the ultimate decision maker when issuing discipline?
I'm the ultimate decision maker, yes.
And when you talk about, when you were discussing that, is it that you're getting input from other people or they're telling you what decision to make?
I'm getting input from the city attorney's office and recommendations. I'm getting input from my senior staff, from my command staff, my 3 deputies, and my executive assistant. Sometimes we're getting recommendations from HR on situations. So, and then the manager's office, we always run things by them. So we don't make any decisions without getting input from several people along the way.
Now, you mentioned that while you were determining what discipline route to go down, you sent an assistant chief out for essentially a cease and desist. What is that?
So we sent an assistant chief out. An assistant chief, sir, is in charge of a shift. So they've got about 400 people that they're in charge of on a particular day. So we sent Assistant Chief Rich Juy, who's a shift commander, and a battalion chief out to speak to her and basically tell her to cease any activity on Facebook, or told her basically that there were some things on there she should probably be concerned about. So as a firefighter, probably most firefighters don't get a visit from the assistant chief saying, hey, something's going on your Facebook. And so that's basically what happened.
As a result of this post comparing former President Obama to a monkey, what steps did you take as it pertains to the discipline process?
Well, we were looking at what type of discipline we were going to recommend. In the meantime, another post came up. But the thing was, when we looked at this initial discipline, we were looking at 15, 30 days, something like that, trying to figure out what discipline should be given in a situation like this.
If you will turn to tab 14 for me in that binder.
Did you say 14?
Yes. It should be that little colored tab at
The
the
green
end.
one? Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
What document are we looking at?
So we are looking at a correspondence sheet, basically to firefighter Bienick from myself with copies to the city attorney's office for a notice of proposed indefinite suspension without pay on June 10th, 2020.
Okay, I think I went one too far then. Flip back one.
Okay.
Is this notice of proposed dated June 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why was this, why did you authorize and sign this notice of proposed dated June 4th, 2020?
Because we were only aware of the one instance and we were going to have discipline on this one instance, which occurred, which the date of this was June 4th.
I think we've heard testimony earlier in this proceedings that there was an error in this paperwork. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think there was a misspelling on the paperwork.
You ultimately rescinded this notice of proposed dated June 4th?
Yes, we brought the paperwork back in, rescinded it to make the corrections in the spelling.
Chief, if you could, we've had a lot of difficulty with backfires. If you get too close to the mic, you get that noise.
Yes, sir.
So just try and gauge it as best you can.
Okay,
You're doing fine, though.
okay.
And I think that was me, just for the record.
Backfire?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you did rescind the notice of proposed dated June 4th.
Yes, ma'am.
After rescinding the notice of proposed dated June 4th, did you become aware of a secondary post by Ms. Bienick?
Yes, we did. Concerning peaceful protesters. Yes, we did.
If you will turn to tab 4 in your binder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is City Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5?
No, you're fine. It's in tab where you're at.
Okay.
Is this the secondary post that you became aware of from Ms. Bienick?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe for me how you interpreted this post.
This was after the George Floyd killing, and so we had seen protests all over the country, including in San Antonio. But we had also seen violence with some peaceful protesters being run over by vehicles throughout the country. So interpreting this was, it was very difficult to look at because I've been a part of peaceful protest. And to see cars running over people that are out there protesting was very difficult to watch. But then to have one of my firefighters mention that they'll be plowing through, that is insensitive and it incites violence to me.
After becoming aware of this secondary post, what decision did you make regarding discipline for Ms. Bienick?
So again, this was a second incident of Facebook. The first definitely, in my estimation, was racist.
Was
This-
what, sir?
Racist. The second post that we see is inciting violence. And so we proceeded with the indefinite suspension.
After the secondary post, you issued a second notice of proposed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the one that was in tab 14, dated June 10th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Turn to tab 1 for me. This is the final notice of indefinite suspension for Ms. Bennett, is that correct?
That's correct.
You signed this?
Yes, ma'am. Dated the 11th, June 11th, 11:35.
What is an indefinite suspension mean to a firefighter?
An indefinite suspension means that they're suspended without pay, that they are at this time no longer a member of the San Antonio Fire Department.
Essentially, it's a termination.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you decide to ultimately issue the notice or the indefinite suspension for Ms. Bennett?
There were several reasons, first of all, with the information that she had gotten to cease her activities on Facebook by an assistant chief, and knowing that she was already going to be disciplined, she took part in another Facebook post, which again is inciting violence, where we have seen people that have been killed protesting peacefully.
Why not offer Ms. Bennett a release and settlement and reduce her indefinite suspension to, say, 90 days?
At this time, by the post, we had a lot of firefighters that were visibly hurt and shaken by this activity. So we have a family of firefighters. We have citizens that we protect that are diverse in nature. And so this decision was made for those reasons also.
Mentioned firefighters were upset about the post. How did they become aware of the post?
I really don't know how all of them became aware of the post, but news travels fast. People are on Facebook, so I'm not sure how the majority of them found out, but it was out there, and there were a lot of people that were that had gotten this information, and I'm not sure of how, but there were a lot of people that knew exactly what the post meant, and they were disturbed and they were hurt by it.
In the final indefinite, there is a number of rules and regulations listed that the fire department alleges Ms. Bennett's actions violate, beginning at 2.02
Yes, ma'am.
and then going down to the 12.06 on the following page. Do you see those rules?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why Ms. Bennett's initial post with the picture of the monkey violated these rules.
So again, conduct and behavior, whether on or off duty. Relationships with coworkers. As I mentioned, again, that is critical. We work with people for a third to a half of our lives. So those relationships with coworkers Some of them were severed because of this negative public image, inappropriate behavior, undermines the effectiveness of the department. Our citizens that may have seen this or been privy to it, some of them are African-American or people of color, so it could undermine the effectiveness of the department. It could affect the public confidence and damages the reputation of the department.
When the secondary post came out, the one commenting on plowing through protesters, how did that post violate these rules?
Basically in all of the same ways, but again, when you have an axe slung across your shoulder and you're standing in front of a fire department symbol on your Facebook post, people look at that and people believe that, you know what, this person is here to save and help me. But they read these posts and it's like, okay, well, first one's racist, and then the second one, they want to run over peaceful protesters and they're willing to plow through them. So that's going to be a big challenge. And so it affects the confidence in the public. It undermines our effectiveness, the public image, the reputation of the department, and again, the relationship with the coworkers who read this. And some of those coworkers were out there peacefully protesting. And so for them to think, you know, somebody's going to run through me and it's one of my members that's saying that it's okay.
When you become a firefighter, do you take an oath?
Yes, you do.
What does that oath entail?
Well, the oath entails a lot of the same things that we see in these bullets that we're looking at here. But the thing is, when you become a firefighter, you become a part of a family. You become a part of a group of people that are diverse. And you have to be able to work with them and build their confidence and their trust. And then you have to go out and provide that same level of care to the citizens, no matter what their color, what their religion, what their sex, where they live. And so these are all things that, you know, within the oath of a firefighter, that you have to be able to, again, look beyond your political, your ethnic, your racial views, and take care of the customers and take care of the firefighter family that you work with.
I think you kind of touched on it, but this is an oath to serve the public. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does anything in that oath suggest you should cause harm to the public?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that plowing through protesters could in fact cause harm?
Plowing through protesters has been proven to cause harm.
When you were proceeding through the steps of issuing discipline against Ms. Bennett, did you take the time to meet with her to talk about these actions?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
In that meeting, did Ms. Bennett ever deny posting the picture of the monkey?
No, she didn't.
Did she ever deny posting the Google screenshot saying she would plow through protesters?
No, she did not.
How was her demeanor during the course of that meeting?
Her demeanor, anytime you have a discipline, it's a difficult situation. And so I'm sitting across from her. And so this is during the COVID, during the pandemic. I'm sitting on the other side of the table from her. And it's the first discipline I've ever had where probably in the first couple of sentences, a person says, I'm a conservative Christian, I'm a Trumper, and President Obama is the worst president we've ever had. And I quickly told her it's not about political issues, it's not about the president, it's about this monkey face picture that we put up there. So I think she was kind of defiant at first, or trying to validate the reasons that she had put those pictures up.
Based on that meeting, did she seem to understand the damage that referring to an African-American man and a monkey caused?
I don't know That's hard to answer because I don't know if she truly understood it. But that's hard to answer, but I think she was aware of the damage that it caused, or the symbol of a monkey and a black man.
Did she show remorse for making that post?
No, I saw very little contrition. I saw remorse as far as her being in a situation where she was being disciplined, but I didn't see the form of contrition that I've seen in other disciplines over my time being here.
I understand that there was a video that was created and disseminated to the fire department regarding social media posts. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you authorize this video being created?
I agreed with the recommendation of a video, yes.
Did you watch the video?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware that firefighters in your department felt that way after they found out about Ms. Bennick's post?
I thought the video was powerful. I didn't know who was in the video. I myself did not solicit, recruit, or ask for any particular people to be in that video. But then when I saw the diverse group of members in this department throughout all ranks, from battalion chief to firefighter, that kind of validated the amount of members that this affected.
I'll pass the witness.
Chief, do you need a break before we begin?
No, sir.
Does anybody need a break?
Sure, no problem.
No, do you need a break, sir?
No, sir, I'm fine.
Okay.
Conference or something.
No, sir. No, sir. I just was going to make sure because you might
No
be here a bit. Does the San Antonio Fire Department have a Facebook page, sir?
Yes, we do.
Was this post made through that Facebook page?
No.
This post, was it attached at all? Was it linked to that San Antonio Fire Department page or a City of San Antonio page?
No, sir, it was not.
It was actually part of a thread on someone else's post, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't even linked to her main page on her Facebook account.
Well, you see the name and you see the face on the post.
And was your testimony that name and face, it's a picture of her in uniform standing in front of a fire truck?
Yes, sir.
Would you go ahead and look at the posts for me, please?
Yes.
Look at number 3. I
Tab
don't know.
3, your book?
No, you're gonna stay on the city's book at this time. Chief, it'd be tab 3.
Yes, sir.
That's 2.
Yes, sir.
I think that's tab 2.
This-
No, tab 3, sir. That one.
Yes, sir.
But while you have tab 2 open, look at tab 2 for me. Look at that picture.
Yes, sir.
Now look at tab 3. And look at the picture. Look at the post. And is that the same picture next to her name?
No, sir, it's not.
So going back to tab 3, let's look at the post. Is there anything in that post that identifies her as a San Antonio firefighter?
No, sir.
Is there anything in that post that implicates the city of San Antonio?
No, sir.
I'm going to go over my notes on your testimony, and then I have a few other, my own questions. But you sent out Richard Juy and Stephen Rustin to talk with her. Was that your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
Before you sent Mr. Chief Juy and Rustin, did you tell them what the posts were about?
I didn't have any direct communication with either one of them. That would have been probably the chief of operations,
Can you identify that person for the record?
Andrew Estrada.
Okay.
Estrada.
So during your testimony, when you said "we," that's who you were referring to?
Yes, they're members of my senior staff.
It wasn't you?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if Chief Estrada informed Chief Juy what this was all about?
To my knowledge, it was not as far as what exactly was in the post, no.
Why not?
I don't know the strategy for that, but again, if the assistant chief comes out and says, hey, something's going on your Facebook, probably should take a look at, but I don't think they purposely told either Rich or Stephen Rustin exactly what it was.
Was there, you just testified you didn't know the strategy. Was there some sort of strategy involved with this?
Well, when I say strategy, meaning a plan as far as what they wanted the shift commander to go out and tell her how much information.
Well, wouldn't it make sense to tell her what you're talking about?
Well, I would think if the assistant chief shows up and I'm a firefighter and they tell me to go check my Facebook, I'm probably going to shut my Facebook down.
You're probably going to.
Yeah, I think most would.
I believe your testimony earlier was once it's put on Facebook, it's out there and can't be grabbed back.
That's true. But again, to prevent me from sending off anything else until I can figure out exactly what was offensive or what the issue is, I would probably shut my Facebook down and try to figure that out.
But you also acknowledged earlier that these posts weren't on our Facebook's main page.
But again, if this is part of her Facebook activity, it could always go back, and no matter what that little picture is right there, you could go to somebody's Facebook page and see all their profile pictures, all of their fire department activities. You can see all of that.
But that would require additional steps, right? Not going to be
Yes.
able to tell all that just from the post.
Not from just the post.
Okay, and is it reasonable to assume that someone who doesn't know Lauren Binick-Liska can just scroll through this post and think, oh, this person, is either A, a racist, or B, has a really weird sense of humor, and not make any association at all with the fire department?
Well, first, I don't think it's any weird sense of humor to portray a black man as a monkey. I don't think that, but our firefighters are members of Facebook. So our firefighting family, which is over 1,800 members, a lot of them are on Facebook. And so they know exactly who she is. And that is also part of the most important members, even more than the citizens, are the people that she works with.
Do you know how many people worldwide are on Facebook, Chief?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Would you say it's more than 1 million?
Yes,
Okay. So your statement you just made is an assumption that someone's going to see this. Would you agree with that?
it's just an assumption.
It is an assumption only. Okay. So in your opinion, the first post is racist.
Yes, sir.
Is it directly racist or indirectly racist?
There is no indirect, racism is racism. There's no indirect racism. I never heard that before.
Okay, well, I'll explain it. What is your definition of racism, Chief?
My definition of racism?
Mhm.
My definition of racism would be basically targeting anyone that is probably not like me. So that means that anyone could be a racist. Targeting them either by speech, by social media posts, by violence, there's all kind of ways that someone can be a racist.
Your testimony was that targeting someone who's not like me, that's what you just testified to. Do you mean not like you and a black man?
It could be not like me as a Hispanic, not like me as a woman, not like me as an Asian. It could
But you're
be-
not any of those things.
It could be any race.
Okay.
Any race could receive racist targets, or any race can be racist. But I don't believe in indirect racism. I don't believe in that. I don't understand it.
Okay, well, I'm going to explain it for you, sir. I want you to look at the post. Clearly, take a very careful look at that post and tell me where in that post she makes a reference to the race of the individual above her post.
If you put a black man and a monkey face together, that's racist. Whether you spell it out, whether you do anything else, it is racist.
And you would agree that is your opinion.
I would believe that's the opinion of most people.
It could be. I'm not
Yes.
disagreeing with
All
you.
right.
But a picture of a monkey on the same table as a picture of a black man, you have to make a leap to compare the two, don't you?
No, I don't think so.
Is it your testimony that if she hadn't made any post, she just put a picture of a monkey on there, this would be racist?
She put a picture of the president and then she wrote, "Is it wrong of me to say he looks like a monkey?" Just saying, that's racist.
In your opinion?
Yes.
But she told you that wasn't her intent.
She basically told me that she'd used monkey faces before. I asked her where she had got this monkey from. She said she had gifts of monkeys. A gift, sir, is you pull up pictures that you're going to use to illustrate something on social media.
I don't think that answered my question, Chief. She told you she didn't have any racist intent, correct?
You know what? It's like whether you do or don't have the intent to say that, I'm sure that she understood what the bottom line was. Whether she said she had no intent, I believe that she knew exactly what she was doing when she said that.
That's another assumption you made
That is an assumption.
based upon your not believing what she told you.
That's my assumption in this situation.
Okay, but you also agree with me, whether we agree on it indirect or direct or not. This post doesn't make a specific, clear reference to any race at all.
I disagree.
Okay, then point it out to me. Tell me the word that specifically references a race.
Anytime in the history of this United States, if you equate a black man to a monkey, it's racist. It's another way that they've been trying to, or that African Americans were put down by being equated to monkeys.
Objection, non-responsive. Would you like me to ask you the question again, sir?
Sure.
Ma'am, would you read it back to the chief?
There is no word, but again, racism does not need a word.
That would be indirect racism, wouldn't it?
Racism is racism as far as I'm concerned. If you put a picture up or if you write something down, it's still racist.
How
whether
many
it's direct
incidents?
or
I'm
indirect.
sorry, chief, I didn't know you were done. Go ahead and finish, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm done.
Oh, okay. How many incidents of racist incidents or racial issues had you dealt with since 2007?
Objection. Can we get some clarification on whether this is a personal, whether he's
Within
dealt-
the department as the chief?
So meaning discipline or me, myself?
No, I mean you disciplining people for racist statements, for scenarios where you have had to make a call regarding race, cultural insensitivity, things like that.
Okay.
Prior history, have you ever handled a case involving the subject of racism?
I've been here since 2007, so I can't remember any that have risen to this level to where it was something out on social media. I can't remember any, but we have had a gentleman a couple years ago that we disciplined or were about to, and he resigned. And so that's the only one that I'm familiar with at this time.
Would you identify that gentleman?
I don't know his name, to be honest with you. I
So
don't.
you're telling me that's happened in the past, but you don't know who it happened, how it happened?
The guy resigned. He put a statement out, a Facebook statement, but off the top of my head, Tom, I can't remember the guy's name. He worked down at 21s or 22s, but before we could discipline him, he resigned.
What was the statement about?
I can't even remember that. I think it's in the book material somewhere, but I cannot remember that one.
You know who I'm talking about?
No, I
You do
don't.
know.
No, to be honest with you, on my kid's life, I can't remember the guy's name.
We're going to get into it.
Okay,
We'll get there in a minute.
all right.
Okay, sir, let's go to the second post. The I will be plowing through post. That would be the next tab, sir.
Yes, sir.
That is the post that you reviewed,
Yes, sir.
and that is the post that you based this decision upon.
Yes, sir.
So based upon which statement that she made in that post, did you make this decision?
First of all, that the post is up in the first place. And then she talks about I'll be plowing through.
Your testimony was that this post incited violence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it your testimony that the affirmative statement of quote unquote, I will be plowing through is what you mean by inciting violence?
Yes, sir.
You also testify that the reason it angered you was because of protesters being plowed through nationwide. Are you aware of any incidences nationwide of people? I won't get into semantics of whether they're a protester or, a criminal, assaulting people, pulling them out of vehicles, harming the people in the vehicle.
Right.
Are you familiar with any of that occurring during this time as well?
Absolutely. We've seen some of that.
Okay, yeah. And the post itself, when you look at it, it seems to kind of cross that threshold from protesting to taking, illegal or threatening actions against the person in the vehicle. Would you agree with that, Chief?
No, sir. It doesn't say rioters. It says protesters.
Well, I didn't say rioters either.
Well, I'm reading what it says. It says protesters.
Okay, and then it goes, they are illegally detaining you. And then, and I'm going to read it. That all being said, comma, if the protesters at any time start banging on your windows, comma, threatening you and trying to enter your vehicle, you can by all means hit the gas and plow through them. That implies that they are now threatening the person in the vehicle. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to talk about the meeting a little more, but I just want to make sure I understand. The meeting with her. When did you make up the decision to terminate her? Before the meeting?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay, so after the meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Look at tab 1 on the city. It's a 3-page document. Look at page 3. Just let me know when you're there, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
At the top, that appears to be your signature. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What date and time did you sign this document?
The 11th, 11:35.
11:35. All right, thank you, sir. Now, Chief, if you would look at the document in the middle of those papers, it's marked G1. You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is the notes from the meeting with Bennett.
That would be you and the meeting with Ms. Bennick and Chief Smead and a union representative,
Stephen Heimer.
Mr. Heimer. At the top, it's got a date and a time on there.
Yes, sir.
Could you read that into the record, please?
6/11/10/25.
So that would have been an hour and 10 minutes before you signed this document, correct?
Correct.
So you made the decision between 10:25 and 11:35, the final decision.
Yes, I did.
Did you have any settlement and release agreement ready to go if you decided not to fire her?
No, sir.
Okay. So the only
Say again?
No, sir.
so the only document you had was the firing document, the terminating document.
Yes, sir.
Now we're going to start my questions. Do you guys need a break? Do we want to take a break before I get going again? Anybody need one?
I don't see any reason why we couldn't. It's been at it for an hour.
All right.
I mean, if everybody wants to proceed, let's proceed, but
We
I'm
can ta-
okay,
We
sir.
can take a break during if we have to, right?
Sure, sure. I just, those were kind of my questions I got from your testimony and now
there's
I've,
time to lose them.
no, I'm ready to go, sir. I just want to make sure that everyone, including the chief, is comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Comfortable, chief?
Yes, sir.
Let's get it done.
All right, sir. If you would turn to the first page of the, I'm sorry, not the first page, the second page of the indefinite suspension document. And Chief, I need you down below to review the fact pattern that you list in that document. Could you do me a favor? Could you read it into the record?
Are you talking about on and about?
May 9th, 2020. Yes, sir.
On or about May 9, 2020, the fire chief became aware that firefighter Bienick posted a racially derogatory comment and an image on Facebook. Her Facebook account reflects that she is a member of the San Antonio Fire Department. On June 9, 2020, the fire chief became aware that firefighter Bienick posted a comment on Facebook concerning using a vehicle to plow through protesters. Firefighter Bienick's actions bring discredit to her and the San Antonio Fire Department. Firefighter Bienick's violations of the cited rules and is the basis for these charges and reason for her indefinite suspension without pay.
Thank you, sir. I believe your testimony previously was that you never had any other incidents of discipline with her. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you also agree with me that she didn't make these posts while on duty?
I don't know where she made these posts, to be honest with you.
I believe during your interview, she told you she made them while she was at home,
Okay.
but we'll get into that later. But you have any reason to disagree with me?
No, not at all.
Okay, all right. To your knowledge, had she ever done anything at work that exhibited any type of cultural or racial insensitivity?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, not to your knowledge. And you said that the firefighters, a third to a half of their lives is spent together at fire stations.
That's correct.
Okay. So do you also agree that when she made the posts, that did not upset or affect the operations of the fire department when she did it from her home?
Correct.
All right, sir. Would you go to City Exhibit 10? You know what? I don't think we need to, Chief. You can just use the document. It references the rules. There's nothing else. I'm sorry, sir. Let's just turn to page 1 of the document. You've outlined her conduct, but I'm not clear on how that conduct was applied to these rules. So I need you to clarify for the hearing examiner. Can you look at Rule 202B right there?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to take a careful read of that, and then I want you to explain to us in your words how her conduct of making these 2 posts while off duty violated that rule.
We have a social media policy.
Okay, so she violated your social media policy. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Just so I'm clear, is that the social media policy that was promulgated on or around January the 20th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
That sounds right? Okay. Now let's go to 301, which is right below it, conduct and behavior. How did she violate that rule, Chief?
She made these posts off duty. So on or off duty.
That violates the rule if you make posts while you're off duty?
If the post is racist,
Okay, go ahead and read the rule and tell me what part of that rule the post being racist falls into.
conduct and behavior, members whether on or off duty shall be governed by the ordinary and reasonable rules of good conduct and behavior and shall not, commit any act tending to bring reproach or discredit to themselves or the department.
Now, making a post, an objectionable post, let's just call them that. If you say something off duty, it's objectionable. Or, you can imply racist. How does it violate that rule?
Well, you're bringing discredit to yourself and the department.
And it also references something called ordinary and reasonable rules of good conduct and behavior. You see that there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Where are those rules written down?
As far as in documents,
In fire department documents that firefighters know they need to be aware of.
well, when we hire people, we're hiring them, expecting them to be leaders in the community. So again, anything that is going to bring that reproach, whether it's said, whether it's written, whether it's on or off duty, then that's an issue for us.
Okay, but you agree with me that this is a really, really general rule.
Yes, sir.
And you would also agree with me, because me and you have done a few of these, that this rule usually gets applied to every single firefighter you have disciplined. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Because it's, any type of conduct could, in fact, bring discredit upon a person or the department.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it wasn't anything out of the ordinary for you to cite her for this particular rule.
No, sir.
Okay. Let's move on to 3.02, sir. It's titled Relationships with Coworkers. Would you read that one for me, please?
Relationships with coworkers. Members shall conduct themselves in such a manner as to bring about the greatest harmony and cooperation among various units of the department.
How did Miss Bennett violate that rule?
Well, I think if you looked at the video, you saw the diverse group of people that were sad and disappointed, upset, whatever words they used. And so that does affect the harmony and the cooperation amongst the members of the department.
But that video was made 5 or 6 weeks after she'd already been terminated, sir. How, when she made those posts and leading up to her firing, had she worked to not bring about the greatest harmony and cooperation among various units of the department?
Would you repeat or restate that? I'm sorry.
Man, I'm sorry, wasn't too clear. Before you fired her, how had she upset the harmony and cooperation among the various units of the department?
So,
Specifically, sir.
okay, so before we fired her, probably not, but in violation with these posts, it was going to create the challenge of harmony and cooperation.
Whenever it was finally broke, whenever everyone heard about it. Is
Yes,
that, is
sir.
that your testimony?
Yes,
But you agree that prior to your terminating her, it hadn't quote unquote, quote, broke yet?
right. But again, some of these things could happen prior to, and us not knowing that it's part of these documents, whether it's behavior, effectiveness, or acts of public confidence. We don't know sometimes when we do these things that this is going to be the outcome. And so the outcome of a post such as this was going to create a negative reaction from members and challenge the cooperation, harmony of the stations. It could.
Is it your testimony that you applied this rule proactively to her conduct?
Yes,
It hadn't actually occurred yet, but you were in anticipation of it occurring, you applied this rule?
yes, it was going to occur. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Let's go to 4.07. Could you read that rule into the record, sir?
Negative public image. Members shall not engage in any activity tending to create a negative public perception of the fire department.
How did Ms. Bennick violate that rule?
Well, again, the people that may look at this on Facebook, people that in our department that look at that, and so they go back and they tell their families. So that family turns into not an employee, it turns into the public. So the public image was affected by this.
May have been affected by this. Would you agree with that?
May
Yeah, you're not sure if it was, but it may have been.
have.
Okay. Would you agree with me that that rule pretty much could apply to anybody who does any kind of action and then they're somehow associated with the fire department?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that one is a real kind of moving target as well,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes.
Yeah. But there was some news on this, right? There were news stories about this, correct?
Yes, sir.
But those news stories came out after you fired her, correct?
As most news stories do, after you fire somebody, the media gets a hold of it. So I can't think of too many where the news story comes out in great detail or context before you fire them.
I can think of a few examples, but we'll get to them later. But my point is, the city even released a statement about her termination. Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry.
The city released a statement about her termination.
Yes, sir.
So that definitely could have had negative public perception,
Absolutely.
but that happened after she was already fired.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, could we go to 4.08?
Inappropriate behavior.
Yes, sir. If you don't mind, would you read that into the record?
Certainly. Inappropriate behavior, gambling, fighting, offensive language, offensive behavior, and or belligerent or quarrelsome conduct is strictly prohibited.
Does this rule apply to firefighters at all times?
Yes.
My understanding of this rule was it was more around on duty or at the station.
Yeah, but I could see some off-duty gambling, fighting, things like that, that could be off-duty issues. But you're right, there are, some of these is kind of a gray area, but if you're gambling or fighting or, some of these, issues could be on or off duty.
You have never given anybody discipline for gambling, have you?
I don't think gambling's crossed our discipline that I remember.
But you're aware of firefighters going to Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
You don't give them discipline for gambling in Las Vegas.
No,
Do you?
sir, but if you're running a gambling thing out of your garage or so, it could be an illegal situation where there's illegal gambling.
I agree. In Texas, that would be illegal. But this doesn't say illegal gambling. And what part of that did Ms. Bennick violate?
I think it would be offensive behavior.
Okay. What did she do that violated that?
Well, again, as we mentioned, the two posts.
Is that term offensive behavior, is that defined anywhere in your rules and regs?
I'm not sure.
Well, go ahead and take a look, chief. It's binder number 10 on the city.
Number 10.
Yes, sir.
What was your question?
Is the term offensive behavior defined anywhere in the rules and regulations?
No, just 301 conduct and behavior is the only thing I see.
Is belligerent or quarrelsome conduct defined?
Could be joking, ribbing, teasing, agitation.
Well, I think that's a different rule, chief, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So that doesn't apply to this rule.
Right.
Okay. So offensive behavior, how many times have you given discipline to a member of the San Antonio Fire Department for violating this rule for speech or expression? Or something they've said to somebody or expressed somehow in writing or on the internet? How many times have you given punishments for that?
I don't have an idea as far as how many times.
Oh, so you have done it then?
As far as speech itself,
For saying something that somebody else thought was offensive?
I can think of one.
He would have been after
Yes.
her. Okay. All right, sir, can we go to 12.03? Would you please read that rule into the record?
Yeah, hang on a second.
Oh, sure, chief.
Okay, you asked, so tab 12 or
No, I'm sorry, sir.
you going back?
We're going back to number 1, and it's going to be the next rule.
Okay, gotcha.
Alleged.
Okay, 1203
Yes, sir.
undermines effectiveness of the department. Members shall not use speech, writings, or other forms of expression that tend to interfere with or undermine the effectiveness of the department to provide public services.
How did Lauren violate that rule?
It wasn't speech, it wasn't writing, but other forms of expression. And it could tend to interfere with the effectiveness of the department. Whether someone saw that on Facebook, that she's responding to a call, and there's African Americans at the house that might have seen this. So again, it wasn't speech, it wasn't writings, but it was other forms of expression.
Yeah, it's a good example, Chief, to be quite honest with you. I hadn't thought of that example about how she made a call. Someone might have seen it. But you would agree that that didn't happen, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. And you don't know when she made that post, but you know it was at least before May the 9th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe she said she'd made it in April. Well, we'll clarify when she testifies. But there had not been any incidents of anybody.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, just checking. Now, getting back to 12.03, you read that and when you explained to us how she violated it, you left out the last 4 words of the rule. To provide public services. So how did her speech, writing, or other forms of expression tend to or interfere with the effectiveness of the department providing public services?
Well, it had the potential, just like I mentioned with her responding on a call.
It had the potential to do so, but it actually did not.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Can we go to 12.05?
Yes, sir. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Affects public confidence. Members shall not use speech, writings, other forms of expression that tend to adversely affect the public's confidence in the integrity of the department and or its members.
How did she violate that rule, sir?
Well, again, it wasn't in the speech, it wasn't in the writings, it was the form of expression that could adversely affect the public's confidence and the integrity of the department, kind of similar to what we just spoke about.
Okay. I believe you said that could tend to adversely affect the public's confidence.
Yes, sir.
Could means prospectively.
Yes, and in this one, in the last sentence, or its members, and so we know that there were members that were affected by this.
It says the public's confidence in the integrity of the department or its members. Now, I'm not talking about your members, and this rule doesn't seem to reference members of the department, except it could affect confidence in those members.
Yes, sir.
So did she affect confidence in those members before you had fired her?
You'd have to ask the members.
Oh, I'm asking you, you're the one that fired her for this rule, sir. To your knowledge, did she affect the confidence in the integrity of the department or its members prior to you terminating her?
I think so, some members.
Okay. Identify them, please.
African-American members in this department, Anglo members in this department, Hispanic members in this department.
Jeez, that sums it up. Okay, are you talking about the people who made the video?
Them and many more.
But that happened after you'd already terminated her, sir.
Absolutely, but we didn't provide a script for them, so they were affected. They were affected before we made the video.
You provided them with 3 questions they had to answer.
I'm sorry, is that a question or are you
Correct.
testifying?
Correct? You provided them with 3 questions they had to answer on the video, correct?
I wasn't part of the production or the questions.
Okay, all right. Let's go on to 12.06.
Yes, sir.
Would you read that into the record, sir?
Damages reputation of the department. Members shall not use speech, writings, or other forms of expression that damage or impair the reputation or efficiency of the department.
How did she violate that, sir?
Well, again, it wasn't in the speech or the writings, it was in the other form of expression that could damage or impair the reputation or the efficiency of our department.
That could
Yes,
damage
sir.
or impair, but didn't. It didn't. I mean, it could have once people found out about it. Is that correct?
Yeah, not, again, I don't know who's affected. I don't have knowledge of that, but it could have. That
Could have.
answers your question.
Okay. Sir, have you reviewed the social media policy?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Would you agree with me that these speech, expression, and writing rules, are those referencing the social media policy? Are you relating back to the social media policy for her violating that? It violated these rules?
Could I turn to the social?
Oh,
media policy?
absolutely, Chief. We're going to get into it, but feel
What page
free.
is that on?
It is Exhibit 9.
Thank you.
We'll actually go there. Oh, yeah.
What was your question again, sir?
Was her violation of the social media policy the basis for the citing the violations of these rules? Rules specifically 12.03 undermining effectiveness of department, 12.05 affecting public confidence, 12.06 damaging reputation of department, and 407 negative public image.
I think this policy gives guidance to our members as far as what they should do with social media. When we developed this policy initially, it was to look at making sure our folks weren't taking pictures of incidents, sending stuff out like that, but also it applies to what our members post, what they tweet, things like that.
Well, this policy, the reason I asked you that question is because this policy actually specifies to members the rules and regulations that are implicated on the second page that continues on to the third. And I believe those rules and regulations that y'all cited her with are actually contained within the policy. Do you see that, Chief?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so my question was, did you use this policy to determine she had violated those charges, those rules violations?
Yes.
Okay. Does your department have a policy on progressive discipline?
I don't know if we necessarily have a policy on progressive discipline.
Y'all don't have a policy about progressive discipline,
A policy as far as,
how it's supposed to work? You
yes,
don't-
absolutely, we do.
You
I'm
do.
Sorry.
You have something, some form of guidance
Yes,
for your
we do.
supervisors?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Why, she had never had any other discipline her entire time in a department.
Yes,
So
sir.
why did you make the decision to leap straight to an indefinite suspension without any type of release and settlement instead of something in the middle, some progressive?
Right, and you know, I've dealt with numerous cases over the years and over the last couple months, seems like. And so, again, progressive discipline, sometimes the progression leaps right to an indefinite, because I could have progressive discipline, okay, and I'm going to take you through the steps where the supervisor is going to give you, he's going to counsel you. He's going to write you up. He's going to take that up through the steps, through the chain of command. But there are some things that happen where we lose the ability to have progressive discipline. In this situation, when firefighter Bienick posted the first picture, we were looking at, 15 to 30 days. That would have been progressive. but she jumped right back in with a second post before we could even discipline her on the first one. So sometimes there is no progression.
So the second post, when she said, "I will be plowing through," that's what sealed her fate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of alternatives before that second post was issued were y'all considering?
15 days, 30 days.
What else?
I'm not understanding.
Do you guys have any type of cultural sensitivity training that y'all go through?
We do trainings, yes, and that probably would have been something that would have been recommended in this situation.
That's kind of my point, because
Yes,
I
sir.
understand on some of y'all's cases like DWIs and stuff like that, you actually make the member
Yes, we do.
go through some steps.
Absolutely,
process.
absolutely.
Um,
And so I'm sure if we'd have gotten to this point with her, those things would have been also recommended.
Okay, well, you guys were tossing around a 15 or a 30 day. Y'all didn't talk about this at that time?
I'm sure we probably did. I just don't remember offhand.
Did you participate in this investigation, chief? Or did you just sign the documents and meet with her on that last day?
Normally in any of the disciplines that we have, I don't participate in the investigation. The investigation is done either through police reports or our office or HR or things like that. And then that information is given to me. But I usually don't participate. My part of the is to receive the information.
To review the information and then make a decision based upon it.
Yes, sir.
Is that to maintain neutrality,
Yes, sir.
something like that?
Yes.
You mentioned vertical leadership. What did you mean by that?
So vertical leadership would just be, some people say empowerment, some people say listen to your staff, things like that. So taking information in and not operating in a vacuum. Sometimes as leaders, we don't take information in. So meaning that I wasn't operating in a vacuum.
Vertical, that's up, right?
Now vertical could be up or from,
Or down?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think that'd be vertical. Maybe. It's upright.
yeah, linear, up,
Yeah.
down.
Horizontal, vertical.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say vertical leadership, you're not referring to the city manager's office?
When I'm talking vertical leadership, I'm talking about leadership up from members of my command staff that are giving me information, who are doing the investigation.
Okay. At any time during this, especially after she told you that she didn't have a racist intent, did you see any type of opportunity here to have Lauren assist the department in this kind of, in progressing past these kind of insensitive thoughts or comments?
We did have, during the conversation, there was really no contrition, and she basically said, well, so now, I'm the one that's getting in trouble, and trying to make it seem like she was a victim of the whole thing. And I remember asking her, it's like, so what are you going to do if someone comes up to the station? How are you going to deal with that? And well, they can just come and talk to me. And just coming to talk to somebody as a brand new firefighter, that may not be the person that you're going to come and talk to about a racial issue. So, there was no discussion after meeting with her on whether that would be valuable to have her assist in a situation like this.
Well, she denied it was racist, right?
You can deny,
She
but
denied it was racist, yes or no?
yes, she denied.
Okay. And she also was very upfront with you during that interview in those notes about how she would always be willing to talk to someone about something she said that may have hurt them.
Yes,
She
sir.
said that.
Yeah.
And your reference you made in the notes to her that you just put into the record was a new fireman might not be able to talk to her.
New firefighter.
New firefighter.
May not feel comfortable.
Okay. So again, that was a hypothetical situation that had not occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but she told you she apologized and she's willing to talk about this with whomever. Anyone who has a problem with Lauren Bennick can come to Lauren Bennick. Did you sense from when she told you that she was being aggressive with it?
I didn't have that sense. no.
Okay, she was, do you think she said that in good faith?
Possibly.
Okay. All right, let's switch gears, chief.
Before we switch gears, can we go ahead and take a little break?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
I'm ready, sir,
Okay,
if you're ready.
counsel.
Ready.
All right. Chief, what is your understanding of the concept of just cause?
Just cause.
Just cause.
I'm not sure.
You don't know what just cause is?
As far as a definition, no.
Okay. You understand that it's a concept of employment law on how you make decisions related to terminating employees? You never heard of this term?
No.
You know, this term applies to San Antonio Fire Department, right?
Objection.
I didn't.
Do you know that this term applies to the San Antonio Fire Department?
I'm
She
gonna,
objected.
yeah.
State the basis, ma'am.
He's asking if he knows, he may or may not.
Well, I object to the question. First, how does it apply? There is no basis for this question in the sense that you haven't given him any context. How does it apply? Where, when, what? He's already said he doesn't even know how to define just cause or what it is.
All right. You have a ruling on her objection, or I don't think that was an actual
All he
objection.
did was ask her if he knew.
Yeah.
If he says no, the question's over.
No.
Sir, would you turn to City Exhibit 11 in their binder?
Yes, sir.
Go to page 5 of that document.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you'll look at Article 3, it's titled Management Rights, Section 1. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Could you read into the record what C in Section 1 is?
Suspend or discharge employees for just cause subject to civil regulations and or terms of this agreement.
Can I correct that? That was civil service regulations? Do you agree with that, Chief?
I'm sorry, subject to civil service, what did I say?
You said civil regulations.
I'm sorry, civil service regulations and or terms of this agreement.
Did you apply any type of did you apply just cause concepts at all to the discipline involving Ms. Bennick?
I can't answer that question. As far as, I already told you, I don't really understand what the just cause piece was, so.
Well, if the city will indulge me, I can kind of give them an idea. Because it might be what he did, he just didn't know what it was.
I do have to object. I mean, Chief Hood is the chief of fire, but he is not a lawyer, and the just cause standard is a legal standard. He's already said he's not familiar with it, so to A, educate him on it, and then B, try to figure out what he's done within it really just is inappropriate.
And according to, let me say this. Case by case basis, you know it when you see it. I mean, it's hard to define that term, in my opinion.
I agree with the hearing examiner. I actually can tailor my questions to be fact dependent on the conduct here. So I think we don't really need to get into the term just cause. We'll just proceed with some questions I have. Is that okay, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Say it again.
Is that okay, sir?
Say it again.
I think I have some questions that are more situationally dependent, situationally applicable to this case. So I think I can proceed without getting into the merits of what just cause means.
Okay. No problem.
Chief, do you happen to know if Ms. Bennett was aware of your social media policy?
I have no idea. You asked me, was I aware if she knew?
Yes.
I don't know.
Did you ask her during your meeting with her if she knew about the social media policy?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. In your opinion, is your social media policy reasonable?
Reasonable?
Reasonable.
Yes, sir.
What exact investigation did y'all perform on these posts and Ms. Bennick's conduct?
As far as looking into information,
Yes, sir.
I don't know exactly what the team did, but what was presented to me was the Facebook post, that information.
Okay. But you had already testified you weren't involved with the investigation.
Yes,
So
sir.
you have no idea if that investigation was fair and objective?
I'm sure it was fair.
But maybe not objective?
I can't answer that, but again, I'm not part of the investigation process.
Well, as a fire chief, wouldn't you want your subordinates to perform fair and objective investigations into firefighter conduct?
Absolutely, and that's the expectation.
Okay, all right. So there is some expectation in a department that investigations are to be fair and objective.
Yes.
Okay. And is it also correct that the investigation has to actually be related to the policy that you believe has been violated?
Yes.
And in your opinion, there was substantial evidence available that Ms. Bennick had violated the social media policy?
I think the posts were enough that anyone looking at that would find it disturbing and find it inappropriate.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, have you applied the social media policy consistently to other members of the department?
We have provided, we have discipline on the social media policy.
Have you applied discipline consistently to other members of the department?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And do you believe that the discipline that was issued to Ms. Bennick was reasonable and proportional?
Absolutely.
All right, sir. If we could turn to the social media policy, exhibit number 9. Chief, oh, I'm sorry. Whenever you get there,
I'm here.
would you do me a favor real quick? Can you just quickly review that policy before we begin? It'll maybe save time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Chief. Right at the top of that policy, there's a section titled Purpose. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Would you do me a favor and read the very first sentence?
The purpose of this policy is to prevent the release of non-public data for San Antonio Fire Department employees, medical patients, and the public and the San Antonio Fire Department, while improving the public confidence in the San Antonio Fire Department and its employees.
Okay. Now, would you continue on with the next sentence, sir?
This policy is not intended to limit the right to free speech, to freedom of speech or expression, but is intended to protect the rights of the San Antonio Fire Department, its members, and the public they are sworn to protect. Continue, stop.
Actually, I do want you to continue and read the next sentence.
Employees are advised that their speech or statement made by others made by others as a result of their speech directly or by means of instant technology, either on or off duty, and the course of their official duties that has a connection to their professional duties and responsibilities may not be protected speech under the First Amendment,
Thank you, Chief. I'm not going to make you read anymore for a bit. Okay, do you think that sentence you just read is applicable to Ms. Bennick's conduct?
Yes,
Okay. It's a compound sentence, meaning that there's two actual standalone parts to it. The second part is the one that I'm curious about. It is, and in the course of their official duties that has a connection to their professional duties and responsibilities. Is it your position that these private posts that didn't clearly identify the city or her as a firefighter were in the course of her official duties or had a connection to their professional duties and responsibilities? Is that your position, sir?
I think it definitely has a connection to the professional duties and responsibilities.
Okay, would you review the two posts and explain to me what of that implicated?
As I mentioned, the monkey face is racist.
Okay, sir, but it's actual, the post itself. Does any of that have a connection to her professional duties?
It's a racist post.
Okay, so that would be a no.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Okay. Now, the policy goes on to kind of explain to the employee what type of information this policy is referring to. Would you agree with that, Chief?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to section 3. It's at the bottom of the page. The section title is Professionalism and Public Confidence. At the very end of that page, there's a sentence that starts with employees shall not disseminate. And then it goes to the second page. Are you following along with me, Chief?
Yes, sir.
It says, employees shall not disseminate protected, private, non-public, or confidential information. And then it gives some examples, 5 to be exact,
Yes, sir.
including, comma, but not limited to the following. Now, before I get into the following, actually, let me get into the following here. A is matters that are under investigation. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
What kind of information was that Ms. Bennick released? Was it protected, private, non-public, or confidential?
It was neither, but in the first paragraph, it talks about the public confidence and trust and to maintain an order of professionalism and public confidence. These posts do none of that.
Okay, sir, I hear you. I hear you with that, but then the second sentence, right after that one, also describes what kind of information they're talking about that affects public trust. Would you agree?
Yes,
They're talking about the release of protected, private, non-public, or confidential information. This would be departmental information, wouldn't it?
that particular one would be yes.
Well, you talking about sub A there, matters under investigation?
Yes, sir.
So you agree that that would be departmental information that would fall into one of those four examples, one of those four categories of information: protected information, private information, non-public information, or confidential information.
Yes,
You would agree? It
Yes.
falls somewhere in there, maybe even on a few of them, correct? Depending on the nature of the information.
depending.
Okay. Now, look at sub B. Did anything in her post contain patient or employee information protected by HIPAA or medical confidentiality laws?
No, did not.
Okay, so that one's not implicated either. Correct?
Correct.
Number C, personnel, letter C, personnel matters / data that are protected from disclosure by law. Did her post touch upon that?
No, sir.
Moving on to D, information from active incidents. Did her post have anything to do with that?
No, sir.
Okay, now we go to E. Information or speech that is meant to prevent or ruin the ability to effectively operate the San Antonio Fire Department. Now, this is a compound, so I'm going to stop on that one. Did any of her information prevent or ruin the ability to effectively operate the San Antonio Fire Department?
It could on a company level at the fire station. Yes, it could.
Okay, but if it could, then what category was it? Was it protected information, private information, non-public information, or confidential information?
Complex information? Is that what you said?
Confidential.
Oh, no, sir.
So what she posted wasn't any of those types of information.
No, sir.
Okay, so it wouldn't really apply because it wasn't departmental information, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's go to or undermine the discipline and harmony among the employees of the department.
That absolutely affected the harmony among the employees of the department.
Okay, same question. What she posted, was it protected information that undermined the discipline and harmony? Private information, non-public, or confidential information?
There's not another category on there for a multitude of phone calls, texts, and emails that members were contacting me about this incident. So there's not a category for that. But again, it did undermine the discipline, the harmony amongst the employees of the department.
Okay, but you agree that it's not departmental information that was released?
There was no departmental information that was
No
released.
protected or private, non-public,
I agree with you. Yes.
confidential info. It was basically a private post that affected people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But this policy seems to me, when I read it, to be about the release of departmental information privately. Would you agree with that?
Again, I think the catch-all is the harmony among employees of the department as far as what we're dealing with.
Well, I hear you, but I want to point out to you that A through E are examples of information that still has to be protected, private, non-public, or confidential. Would you agree by reading this policy?
I agree with you on that.
Okay, all right. So A through E has to fit into those categories. They're giving you examples to aid the firefighter. Would you
Yes.
agree?
Yes.
Okay. And if she had said something about the department, if she had criticized you by citing some policy she disagreed with. Well, that would be triggered by this, correct?
Yes, but again, the harmony was affected by her post.
But it didn't fall under the social media policy.
Again, it's in this sentence, so the harmony among employees was affected by this post.
Yes, but we've already covered it, sir. The information or speech wasn't protected information, private information, or non-public or confidential information that was actually belonged to the department or was about the department.
Well, I agree with you on A through D, but I disagree with you on the end of the sentence of E.
And that is the reason why y'all cited this policy,
Yes, sir.
because in your belief, it actually applies.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we go to the last page of the policy, Chief?
The last page of,
Of the
Exhibit 9?
policy? Yes.
okay.
Page 404, section 5.0.
Policy violations?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll give you a break. I'll read it. Violation of this policy may be considered an extraordinary breach of the public's expectation of privacy and of fire department's rules and regulations regarding the use of social media, and may subject the offender to disciplinary actions up to and including possible termination of employment. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Did she violate the public's expectation of privacy in any way?
She violated the public's expectations of what a San Antonio Fire Department member should be posting.
Does it say that in the policy here?
No, but
I don't see that
again,
here.
Again, common sense would say that most people would look at this and think that's a breach of the public's expectation.
But as the public's expectation of privacy is related here, would you agree that that is probably related to information a fire department employee learns of by way of his or her being a department employee? I'll give you the example you stated. Accident photos. Would that be an example of something that's violating a person's privacy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, or information that the fireman learns when they make an ambulance call on them, an EMS call.
Yes,
That would be the example of something that might affect the public's privacy.
yes.
That didn't apply here.
Those
Correct.
situations did not know.
Okay, but what she released had nothing to do with the public either.
It had nothing to do with the release of information as far as the fire department is concerned, as far as an incident, things like that.
Thank you, Chief. All right, sir. Can we go to my exhibit binder now, which is this one right here? Go to number 1, Chief. Okay, this exhibit has already been agreed to by the parties. It's joint 1. I'm sorry, joint 10. All right, Chief, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it, sir? We're on number 1, tab 1. What is this, Chief?
it's a memo to the members of the fire department.
All right. You issued this memo, correct?
Yes,
Is it correct it was issued the very same day that you terminated Ms. Bennett?
yes,
I've read this memo. Would you agree that this memo was intended to be disseminated department-wide?
yes,
Are all your memorandums supposed to be disseminated department-wide?
yes.
What was the purpose of this memo, sir?
We were dealing in probably the worst civil unrest that we've had in our nation since the 60s. We had members of our department that were hurt by this. They were affected by the killing of George Floyd. They were affected by the protest. And a lot of our members on this department were going through issues. I mean, we had a pandemic going on. We had civil unrest going on. So I found it fit to send out a message to the troops. Just like the video kind of as far as getting information out, we couldn't go station to station to sit and talk to our folks. But again, we needed to talk about social media platform. We need to talk about the things that were going on that we see in the country that could affect our fire stations and our firefighters. So I thought it appropriate to put this memo out.
Okay, Chief. The memo doesn't really get into all of that, but it does get into social media posting. Would you agree?
Well, it talks about turbulent and challenging times. So I think everybody that was conscious during this time understood it was turbulent and it was challenging. So I think in some ways it did address what was going on.
It's like there's 8 paragraphs in that letter. 2 of those at the beginning discuss current events, and the other 6 seem to discuss social media. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
What is the message you're attempting to convey to your firefighters?
Well, the message that I'm trying to, first of all, talk to them about is, people are calling us and they're having the worst day of their lives, no matter what color they are, no matter what political affiliation, no matter where they live. And so, we expect that we go out and take care of them. So then we go on to talk about in the next paragraph is as far as what our city has seen and what our nation has seen as far as it being turbulent and challenging. And so, again, I felt that it was nothing that I had to put the words George Floyd in or put the words civil unrest. I think our members would understand what turbulent and challenging times are. And so in the next paragraphs that we talk about, social media. And social media can be used for so many things, but again, it is a dangerous and divisive platform. We see that all over the country. And so what we were trying to do is get out ahead of this to make sure that our members understand that such comments like this are not going to be tolerated. We had basically our nation was going through a turbulent time. And so if we can do anything to inform our members to not post divisive things on social media, then that's what we want to do.
Okay, I understand, sir. I think that's a great idea. But you agree that you also reference in there that you just terminated a 10-year employee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that probably put the entire department on notice something happened, right?
Well, and it probably put the department on notice that things like this are not going to be tolerated. So there was a reason that we did that. We've done that with DWIs. We've done that with domestic violence to where we come out and we're trying to protect ourselves to make sure that people understand what happened here. It wasn't appropriate. And so, yes, there was a message in that.
Was she an example that you were using?
I think it's an opportunity to manage a potential situation to where we could have more of these.
So you were citing her as an example for the rest of the department?
I'm saying it's an opportunity to manage a situation that is turbulent and people were upset. I don't see I don't see people getting as upset as a DWI as people got over this incident. And so again, to make sure that people understood we're addressing it, because we were getting phone calls. I was getting phone calls. I was getting text from members of this department. So
How many? You've said that already. Can you give me an idea how many text messages you got?
several.
What's several? 3?
Yeah, probably 10.
10. Okay, thank you.
12.
How many phone calls?
least a dozen
At least a dozen. From citizens or firefighters?
firefighters.
Mostly
mainly.
fire chiefs, mostly battalion chiefs, correct?
No, from line firefighters,
Okay.
young firefighters, African-American firefighters. So a multitude of calls and text.
Okay.
No emails, but calls and text.
And you put this out to let the department know this wouldn't be tolerated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually clearly in this letter tell the fire department that social media posts that are racially insensitive or can't remember if you actually get into it. You identify a racially derogatory comment and image. You're putting firemen on notice that what they put on social media could result in discipline.
I'm putting firefighters on notice, yes.
Okay. Do you think that this letter is a lot more clear than your social media policy?
Absolutely, but again, with the opportunity to manage this situation during civil unrest, when these posts were brought to us, we didn't create the posts. The posts were brought to us, so we need to manage what's going on in this turbulent time.
Okay. Would you have handled this differently if we weren't having turbulent times?
I could have, very well so, but again, our nation saw someone killed right in front of them. This country was going through so many challenges in cities all over the country. So it was a really bad time to have a post like this come up that is divisive when everybody's temperature's up already. So yeah, the timing's bad. So to be honest with you, we might have handled it differently if it was during a different time, but unfortunately it was not. It was during the worst civil unrest we've had in our nation's history in modern times and a pandemic. So yeah, we might have handled it differently in a different time.
So the social climate, the external social climate was a consideration in your decision to fire Ms. Bennett.
Absolutely.
And that had nothing to do with the San Antonio Fire Department, did it?
Excuse me?
And that had nothing to do with the San Antonio Fire Department, did
It
it?
did have with the membership of the San Antonio Fire Department. Those
No.
men and women that get on those fire trucks, it
You-
did.
The nationwide social climate?
Yeah, we have racial issues within the city. We have racial issues within this department. And so, you know, we try to be, to understand our diverse culture. But when you have someone that's putting posts out, two, during this climate, one that's derogatory with the monkey faces, with a monkey face, and then one that's talking about running over peaceful protesters, then yeah, it is an issue.
You would agree with me that the letter of suspension and the proposed indefinite you gave her, neither one of those letters cite the social situation going on as a reason why she was being fired. Would you
That's-
agree?
I agree with you, but the membership needs to understand the reasons that she was terminated. And so the reasons that they're going to understand is that we are going through a turbulent time and that social media is dangerous and it's divisive.
Okay, sir. This time, we're going to move on to tab 2 in my binder. We're going to talk about engineer Chris Johnson. You
Yes,
familiar?
sir.
I have. Can you take a look at that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now do me a favor. Can you look at tab 4?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Absolutely.
It's a 2-page. Okay. All right. What is the first document? What is tab 2?
It's an indefinite suspension without pay for Chris Johnson.
Okay. And this is the document that the city, that you actually issued to Engineer Johnson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In tab 4, what is that document?
It's a news story.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief, tab 3. I'm sorry. Tab 3, what is that document?
Okay, my bad. It's the Facebook post of Chris Johnson.
This was the reason why you disciplined Mr. Johnson, correct?
Yes, sir.
City has a copy of that, as does the hearing examiner. At this time, I would like to offer those as grievance 2 and 3.
Accepted. Counsel?
The city has no objections to the admissibility, but we would argue that it is not evidence of disparate treatment,
It's not what-
that it is not evidence of disparate treatment.
Accepted.
They admitted, sir.
Yes, sir.
Would you do me a favor, Chief, and write 2 on that sticker for me? If you don't mind.
Sure.
I put the sticker on there, but I didn't know what number it would be. And then on the other one, on the post, would you put 3?
On 4?
Not on 4, sir, on his actual Facebook post. Just
Okay,
just label
Facebook
it.
post is 3.
Yeah, that's gonna
No,
be, that'll be the, here, I'll do it for you, sir.
Okay, here you go. Just show me. Gotcha. Gotcha.
I'm sorry, sir. This is gonna be G3. And the other one would be G2. Okay, Chief, looking at tab 2 in the binder, that's the indefinite suspension.
Yes, sir.
Do you happen to recollect the facts of this case?
Yes, sir.
What were they?
Chris Johnson, if we could reference 3, Chris Johnson put out a Facebook post, again, which was highly inappropriate. Again, very disturbing. We don't condone it. And, he was given 90 days for this.
That's punishment that you gave him?
Yes, sir.
Well, you actually gave him an indefinite suspension without pay,
Yes, sir.
but you reduced that to a 90-day suspension, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because Mr. Johnson agreed to that.
Correct.
Is that correct? Now, your latitude to punish somebody without giving them an indefinite suspension, how many days could you give a firefighter without actually having to fire them and then reduce it?
Up to 90.
Okay, sir. I seem to remember 143 says up to 15. You can give up to 15 days, but if you give more than 15, you have to.
Oh,
terminate.
gotcha. I'm sorry. I misunderstood that. So.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right. So is that your understanding of 143?
Yes, sir.
You can go up to 15.
Yes, and then after that, it's the indefinite.
You have to give them an indefinite and then agree to some form
Yes.
of reduction.
I heard you wrong on the first
Okay.
part.
And that's what happened here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I looked at his suspension document, and Chief, to be honest with you, it's exactly the same rules violations, every one of them that was cited in Miss Bennick's. Do you agree with that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And the basis of it was for putting an unprofessional rant on Facebook that undermines the San Antonio Police Department as well as the San Antonio Fire Department. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Now let's look at his post. If you don't mind, if you take a look at that, read the entire thing, and then we'll proceed from there.
I'm ready.
All right, sir, this post is specifically about police and fire.
Yes.
It is directly about police and fire. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Bennick's posts did not reference police or fire at all.
It referenced a black man being a monkey,
Okay. One did.
and the other referenced violence against protesters.
Okay, but this post itself implicates police and fire departments that have disabused African Americans. Would you agree with that, sir?
Yes.
what is Mr. Johnson's tone in this post?
Oh, it's no doubt, it's angry.
He's angry. Were you concerned? Was the department concerned about what Mr. Johnson might do? Would he potentially commit acts of violence against police or firefighters?
We were very, very disappointed in this rant. But again, this rant did never talk about inciting violence or a group or a race of people. When I say group, when I say race or protesters.
Whenever she, that post, when you've testified several times already about that post incited violence. I take that to mean that a person is attempting to get other people to do something, to do violence.
Absolutely. If you have people following you on Facebook and you say, I'm going to plow right through them, you put things on Facebook to get a reaction. You put things on Facebook because you think the monkey picture is funny. Some people are going to laugh at that. You put, I'm going to run over peaceful protesters for a reason. Somebody's going to look at that and think it's funny. Or somebody's going to look at that and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to run them. I'm going to run over them too. But again, this post did not incite violence. It is angry, I'll admit to you. And it doesn't talk about a race of people.
During that time, and it continues to this day, you would agree that that law enforcement in this country is, well, let's put it this way, they're bearing the brunt of a lot of negative attention. Would you agree with that, sir?
Some of it is self-imposed.
I didn't ask you that. Would you
But
agree?
to a certain extent, because some is
Yes or no?
self-imposed.
Okay, so some self-imposed. You think that helped the San Antonio Police Department?
It obviously did not. And I got one comment from a police officer on that versus the multitude of comments that I got with firefighter Bienick. And so, yes, it did. I mean, I know that, and I spoke to the police chief about this. Again, yeah, it did, but it did not incite violence and it did not talk about a race of people.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, and he was given a significant discipline for this. He was given more discipline than firefighter Bienick would have gotten if she would have just had that one post. She would have never gotten this amount of discipline that he got. But again, the posts are different. He posted one time. She posted again after someone told her, don't post anything, and you continue to post.
I don't think that's what they told her, but we don't really need to talk about it. He's going to testify this afternoon because that's hearsay. However, is it your position that Chris Johnson's post does not discuss race?
I don't see race on here as far as eliciting violence on race. He talks about murder and shoot Black men and women. But again, he's not talking about inciting race on people, violence on people.
Okay, but he mentions Black men, Black women.
Well, Black men, the reason the nation was rioting because the Minneapolis Police Department killed George Floyd. So police do have some culpability in this.
All police do, Chief?
I said some. I
You
said
said the
some.
Minneapolis Police Department killed George Floyd. That's what you just testified to.
That's what I said.
Is that what you believe?
Yeah.
I only saw one officer
Okay, so one officer.
and three
then-
others that were also
well,
charged.
I would say 4.
Okay, that is 4.
But again, if you want to go back to the conversation, there's some great police officers out there, but police are taking the brunt, some of it fairly, and a lot of it is not.
So you agree that this post is talking about race issues, correct?
It's talking about race issues, but it is not talking about a Black man being a monkey.
No, it's not. It's referring to incidences that it doesn't qualify of fire hoses turned on Black people and a police officer killing a Black man, which is reprehensible. But it's not speaking to, is it speaking? It actually is speaking to the entire profession of police.
It could be, but if you're not doing that as a police officer, then it shouldn't really bother you. If you're a firefighter and you're not training your hoses on people, then it shouldn't bother you.
If you're a firefighter and you secretly think something, but you've never had any incidences of it at work, how should that bother the department?
Well, that's scary, but we're not going to know about it until they act on it by putting something on a Facebook page or doing something. I can't get in the heads of what people are thinking, but people have a responsibility if they put the uniform on to understand that you can't put racist quotes out. And so I think that's just common sense.
But you agree that Ms. Bennick has never done a single thing during her tenure as a San Antonio firefighter that could in any way remotely trigger questions about her loyalty to the department. Would you agree with that?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not with Ms. Bienick at the station, so not to my knowledge.
Yeah, but if she did something, it would probably come back to you, wouldn't it?
It could or not, but your hypothetical was, I don't know everything that she's done, and it may or may not come back to me. We all know things happen and they don't make it up to this level. So I can't answer that and say for sure.
And never.
But she has never been in any kind of disciplinary actions before me and nothing I've heard. But that doesn't mean that something could have happened and I don't know about it.
Okay, well, are you aware of any incidences of her not serving the public in accordance with her oath?
I have no information whatsoever. As far as what she's done with the public, it's been great. So I have no instances where her conduct as far as performance in the field has ever been in question.
So you had 10 years of no evidence and 2 posts, and that's what you used to fire her.
Yep.
Does Miss Bennick sound angry in her posts?
You know what? Sometimes anger is better than trying to make something funny. Because, I understand anger a lot more than I understand LOL or isn't that funny. So being comical can be just as bad as being angry.
Okay, that would be an objection for non-responsiveness. Does her post seem angry?
No, her post doesn't.
Thank you.
It's comical.
Okay. You gave him 90 days and you testified that you weren't going to give her 90 until you saw the second post. You weren't going to fire her until you saw the second post. Is
That's
that correct?
That's correct.
She also hadn't been provided your memorandum that warned her about social media posting, had she?
That doesn't matter.
Oh, well, it's a yes or no question, sir.
No,
You
she had
drafted it
not.
June 11th,
No, she had not.
but Chris Johnson had been provided it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he had a warning,
Yes, sir.
just like she did. And her warning was in the form of somebody who didn't even know why he was there, telling her to clean up something he couldn't even begin to describe to her. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Whereas Chris had her as an example and didn't get fired,
I
and he
understand.
did it anyways. Don't you see the issue with that, Chief?
Yeah, I see the issue is, again, that this is not inciting violence. This is not talking about a group of people. When I met with Chris Johnson understood that he was probably going to get fired. Chris Johnson was one of the most contrite individuals that has ever been in front of me. Chris Johnson understood exactly what he did.
How do you define contriteness? You keep using that term. What does it mean?
Well, it's obvious that you understand what you did, or even if you don't understand what you did, you take responsibility for it. You're accountable for your actions. Sometimes people that are contrite, they get extremely emotional. They are, again, their body language says that they regret what they did. They're remorseful. So, there's all types of contrition that we see with our people that are coming in on discipline.
Okay, Chief, from what you just testified to, I believe in these notes, which has already been introduced as G1, there are potentially several occasions where she does apologize. She does exhibit regret. Would you agree with that?
Again, what is written is not basically sometimes what you see in a person. And so what you have here is correct. But again, the comparison of Chris Johnson's situation and hers, as far as someone accepting responsibility and being contrite, accepting what they did, is completely different. When we had a meeting, I've never had someone come in, the first things they say is what their religion is and who their president is, or who they don't like in a president. They usually come in and say, hey, you know what, Chief? Man, I'm really sorry I'm here. I apologize, and we're here for this. And I saw none of that.
What is the purpose of the meetings with you?
Oh, the purpose of the meeting first, Tom, is for me to get a Reader's Digest version of a person. Some firefighters, some or officers, whoever it may be, some of them I know, some of them I haven't seen before since they've graduated, some I've never seen before. So I spent time, hey, where'd you grow up? Where'd you work? What'd you do before you came on? Trying to get a Reader's Digest of that person before we ever even go into the act. But a lot of times, as soon as I walk in, heads hung, hey, I apologize, I'm sorry, we're here. No, let's back up. Let's talk about you as a person first. And so the object of the meeting is to gain information on the person, to ask any particular questions that you may have that went unanswered, but again, to get a read on that person that's coming in.
You have G1 up there, sir? I don't see it right in front of you.
Yes,
It might-
right here.
Is that G1? Okay. All right, Chief.
This one?
Yes, sir. At the top of this document, you have a bunch of what looks like to me about personal data about Miss Vinnick. Would you agree with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
She was married for 2.5 years, lives in the Floresville area. Kind of a country girl. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the beginning of the meeting. You testified that as soon as she got there, she starts laying on the politics. Where is that? I don't see that.
I don't know where it is.
It's on page 2.
Okay.
It's just not at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't at the very beginning of the meeting, but it did come up relatively quick.
Well, I understand, but the reason why I'm pointing that out, Chief, is not to trip you up. It's context. You're laying out something that kind of makes it look different than what happened.
Understand?
Okay. Is his mic broke?
Yeah, just can I take a restroom break?
Yes, definitely. Council? Okay, sure.
Of course.
So it takes, no, just take it out, put it back in, let me check it again.
Let me go.
Testing, 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 no.
I'm ready, sir. You good, chief?
Yes, sir.
You back on the record? All right, chief, let's go ahead and put the hearing notes aside.
Excuse me?
Let's go ahead and put grievance 1 aside,
Okay.
but one final question on them. Is your testimony that that is a true and correct representation of how that meeting went?
Yes, it is for
Okay.
context.
Okay. And the way Chief Mead drafted it was he identifies you as CH and her as LB. Would you
Yes,
agree?
sir.
So it's kind of a question and an answer. It's kind of you asking questions and her answering.
Yes, sir. CH and LB.
Okay, all right, sir. Let's move on. If you don't mind at this time turning to tab 5.
This is the guy, couldn't think of his name.
I know, sir.
Okay.
I know. I know. Okay, does that refresh your memory?
Yes,
That firefighter that you had originally spoke of earlier was a engineer named Rudy Duran, correct?
yes, sir.
Durand.
Yes.
How long had Mr. Duran been in the fire department?
I don't know. I never met with Mr. Duran as far as, we didn't have a meeting.
When did you learn about that post?
I don't know the exact date, to be honest with you.
Was it after her termination or before?
It might have been concurrent. I'm not sure. to
Around the
be
same
honest with
time?
you.
Are you aware of how that post was reported?
No, I'm not.
Okay, that's all right.
Some of this isn't clear because he resigned, and so I didn't get into the real detail before I met with him, so I'm
But
not
you're
sure.
under, you don't know when he made this post,
I don't know how we got it,
Mhm.
how it was received.
but you've seen it, correct?
Yes,
Would you,
We're on your tab.
tab 5, yes, sir.
The name you reference is not in here at all.
It's right there on the
right
top,
at the
sir.
top.
It's kind of cut in half.
Rudy Duran.
Rudy
Okay,
Duran.
okay.
And that chief, is a true and accurate representation of the post that you were made aware of?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to offer Mr. Duran's post as grievant 4.
G4?
G4, well, we gotta wait. Your attorney's gonna
Oh,
tell me why
Right.
that's a bad idea.
Counsel, can I ask you, why are you referring to it as a grievance?
Grievant, appellate,
Grievance for?
grievant 4. I'm sorry, if you want to call her appellant 4,
No, I
yeah,
just didn't understand. I misheard you.
I'm sorry, sir. Ms. Pfeiffer, you have any issues with that?
Are we there? Okay. Yes, I am going to, I don't have objections to the admissibility, but only that, and it'll come out in my argument that this cannot be evidence of disparate treatment because he ultimately resigned instead of facing discipline.
What was his punishment?
He actually, if memory serves, resigned. His retirement date was September 25th, 2020. However, we have witnesses that are going to testify about this, sir. This occurred 2 years before. We will be discussing this post later.
Subject matter of the post stated by 2 years.
Yes. And he was actually disciplined 2 years prior and was not fired. That's why it's relative.
But we don't have any.
No.
Yeah, see, that's why the layout is
Yeah.
difficult. It's me. Huh?
I would just object that Mr. Caldwell is not a witness to this proceeding. So all of the information that he has just provided is not testimony and is not evidence.
I agree. I'm telling you why it's relevant. And later on this evening, this afternoon or tomorrow, you're going to have witness testimony about what happened here. I'm just merely giving the examiner the relevance of why it needs to come in. All right. So are you going to allow it in, sir?
Yeah, surely, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Surely.
Surely. Sir, would you mark that G4?
Discipline 2 years after the posting.
No, sir. I'm sorry, sir. She can't hear you.
No.
You're not using the mic. Yeah. His question was, when was this man disciplined?
Will we get more testimony on this
Yes, we are.
tomorrow?
It may be this today or tomorrow.
Well, I'll hold the questions until
Yes, sir.
it's just incomplete in my mind right
I understand. I don't really have a tremendous amount of questions to the chief on it, but he's been very, very helpful. You confirm you've seen it, sir, right?
This post, yes.
Sure. If he had not retired, what might have been your course of action for this?
Probably would have gotten fired.
What's the problem with this post?
Well, again, white racist. The guy can't spell. And, again, white people are the real racists, evil parasites of the world. Daily, the whites prove their worth. They were created by Satan.
To clarify the record, the fire chief is not giving his own opinion.
Yes.
That is actually the post he's reading.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You asked me a question.
No, that's fine, sir. That's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, that wasn't my,
Moment of levity.
okay.
Yes, it's a pretty severe post about, this time it's aimed at white people instead of African Americans. And it also seems to have a political component because he references someone, a Trumpster.
And the Satan piece too.
Yeah, well, okay, that's not political. That's
Well,
race, that's
religious.
religious, yeah. Okay. All right, sir. So is your testimony that you're not sure what you would have done because all you've been provided is this, but you might have been inclined to fire Engineer Duran.
Absolutely. We never got into that part of the process because he retired.
Did
Prior to-
anybody suggest to him that he retire?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, but you weren't involved. You didn't.
I've never, no, I wouldn't, no.
Okay, sir. Thank you. If we could turn to binder 7 now, Chief. Did you take a look at that?
Yes, I'm familiar.
You're familiar with this particular case
Yes, sir.
and this particular firefighter?
Division chief.
Okay. All right. Is that a true and accurate representation of the notice of 15-day suspension that he was issued?
Yes,
And attached to that document is also a document titled Leave Forfeiture for Suspension Request.
yes.
At this time, I'd like to offer this as grievant 5, G5.
The city would object. There is absolutely no relevance for this discipline to come into the hearing or the arbitration for Ms. Bennett.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Has some materiality. I think he's going to the progressive nature of the application of discipline. That's my take anyway.
May I respond?
Sure.
This is a discipline given to a battalion chief for making gender insensitive statements about women and also gays, sexual discriminatory statements while on duty in uniform. It is very relevant. It all relates to speech and expression. And at its fundamental basis, sir, that is what Miss Bennett's case is about, what she expressed.
And his penalty as well.
He got a, well,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When you're speaking to Mr. Caldwell, it'll go in.
It's good, it's good.
well, sir, I'm going to get into everything about that.
His penalty was 15 days.
He received a 15-day suspension that he was allowed to take off of his vacation. He didn't even actually lose any actual time.
Again, I'm just going to point out that Mr. Caldwell is providing information that cannot be considered evidence as he is not a witness to this proceeding.
But Fire Chief Hood is, and he can confirm what I just said.
Let me answer that. The document that he has 7
Yes,
is documentary evidence kept in the regular course of business by the city, right?
that would be a question for the custodian of records who was already testified.
Or I could ask Chief Hood.
Is this an ordinary document of, yeah, let's see.
Yes.
So what's the problem with it?
My problem is not with the document. My problem is with that it's not relevant to the proceeding. That's the only objection that I've raised.
Well, that's your argument. Okay. I understand that.
Okay.
And I understand the city's going to have that issue. But I would respectfully remind the hearing examiner that the briefs are where we oftentimes lay out why things aren't relevant. So just putting that out there. I welcome their dialogue on it. May I proceed, sir?
Yes, sir.
What number did I say this was going to be, Chief?
5.
G5? Thank you. Would you mark that, please? G5?
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, Mr. Arbitrator, did you accept that into evidence? If so, I missed it.
Yeah, yes, I accept it.
Thank you.
All right, Chief, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
When was this issued, sir?
September 18th, 2020.
That was after you had terminated Ms. Bennett, correct?
That's correct.
Before I get into the meat of it, I'd like you to review all the pages. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that a true and correct representation of the document that was generated in the ordinary and usual course of business by the City of San Antonio Fire Department to issue this suspension?
Yes.
Now, Chief Barry ended up getting a 15-day suspension without pay. Can you tell us why? What was the nature of his transgressions?
So Chief Barry made a comment to another firefighter. That comment was overheard by someone else. Chief Barry denied ever making that comment, but we ended up disciplining Chief Barry anyway.
What was the comment, sir?
It had to do with guns versus hoses, boxing event. It was something about a woman's breast size, something like that.
Maybe I can refresh your memory. Wasn't it 2 separate sets of comments? One was made about.
I think it's about fighting like a girl or something like that in breast size.
He had went to an event, and when he came back, when he was asked how it was, he said it was like a lesbian volleyball team.
I'm going to object. Again, Mr. Caldwell is testifying. If he needs to refresh the chief's memory, he needs to be able to hand him a document, not tell him what has happened.
You could look at it this way, counsel. He's asking the chief here if he knows about the comments that the lady.
Yeah,
female, right?
and I'm giving him about as much information as I remember about that. So whatever you're giving me now, you're giving me more information. But again, what I remember was a boxing event. What I remember was some comment about lesbians boxing and then breast size. So that's what I remember.
So he does remember it, sir. I'm merely trying to give him to refresh his memory. And lawyers do that all the time without handing people documents.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
I have a problem with Mr. Caldwell testifying about what happened. If he says, did this occur? There was no question. It was just, this is what happened. Let me refresh your memory.
Don't forget he's on cross.
Yes,
He's leading the witness to some degree.
there still
Chief
has
is
to be a
testifying.
question.
There was a
Chief-
question. I
Chief
said,
is
wasn't it about?
Chief is testifying whether he knows or not and filling in the answer to the question to some degree. We can take this. Let's keep going.
Okay, well, the document itself actually cites 2 separate incidents, Chief. Let's start with that. Bottom of page 2.
Bottom of page
2.
Gotcha.
In August of 2018, when asked to make a job recommendation for a female firefighter, comma, District Chief Barry made inappropriate comments. Do you remember what those were?
Basically what we just talked about.
He asked about the applicant's breast size. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then again, after a Battle of the Badges boxing event, he made more inappropriate comments.
But again, this was secondhand information and he denied ever making these comments.
Okay. Secondhand information from an actual firefighter who overheard it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the complainants about her was an anonymous email. Do you know that?
We investigate all anonymous complaints.
Did you know that the email was actually, came back, it wasn't actually a real email?
As far as it wasn't a real person.
It wasn't a real email. I'll show you something. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
One of my jobs, Chief, is to investigate these cases just as much as y'all. I attempted to contact this.
Give him some, counsel.
Yeah.
In front, give him some distance.
Can I
No,
see
stand
the
in front of him,
document?
It's okay.
Same document that we've already. And I don't have long to stay here.
Stand in front. That's where you should be.
I thought, I'm understanding that Bo Rose was the complainant on Bennett's case. Do you have an email that shows somehow Bo Rose was affiliated with the case we're talking about currently?
We're not talking about Mr. Berry right now. We're talking about the investigation going on her.
Okay, then I missed that. I will withdraw.
He testified, they have secondhand witness, which he confirmed was a live firefighter who overheard it. This one is somebody that I tried to email and it comes back, address not found.
So is this,
Are you aware of that?
I don't like you standing over me like that. That's kind of, okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna sit down.
Okay.
I just got one question.
Is this Doug Barry?
This is one of the complainants on Warren Bennett.
Oh, I don't know.
Do you agree? that
I
that-
saw Bo Rose email and a complaint. I've never seen that document before.
No, this is my document. And I'm not offering into evidence, but I am pointing out that when I attempted to contact this witness, this address was not a valid address. Now, Chief Barry. Did that, the fact that you somehow weren't able to corroborate it, is that why you only gave him 15 days?
It was outside of the 180 days, actually, also, to my knowledge. And again, he denied ever doing it. So again, that's why it was the 15 days was given.
Excuse me, Chief. Outside the 30 days, what are you talking about? You said something about outside the 30 days.
I said 100,
180
Hear that.
days.
180 days, sir. 180.
But what's the import of that?
That's the time amount that we have to discipline someone.
You can wait 180 days before you discipline someone?
The city, they have to, discipline has to be administered within 180 days of the act per this collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, that's the answer. There you go.
But
Thank you.
you can relate back up to 2 years, can't you? It's when, y'all changed that in your new CBA. You actually have 180 days from when you learn of it, as long as it was within 2 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Is it your testimony that because he was outside of 180 days, you couldn't discipline him, but you disciplined him anyway?
We disciplined him because what he said was unacceptable. Whether he agreed with it or whether he denied it, or whether it was secondhand information, it was still unacceptable. And so we disciplined him for that.
Would you agree that those kind of statements made by battalion chief in uniform could divide the department
There's no doubt.
and could make people very angry?
Absolutely.
But he gets 15 days.
Yes, sir.
And she's a firefighter. That's the lowest rank in the department, correct?
That's correct.
She got fired.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm looking at his and 1, 2, 3, 4 of the rule violations that were cited in his suspension are actually cited in hers as well.
Yes, sir.
So the conduct, at least the speech, you would agree that it was inappropriate and unacceptable expressions or speech, right?
Yes, you're correct.
So it's similar, but not about race. This one's about LBGT people and women.
Yes,
Is that, in your opinion, is that as important?
it's just as important.
Just as important?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir? All right, sir, if you don't mind turning to binder number 8. Now,
The city would object to any reference to any of the information contained within tab 8.
Say that again, Council. Say that again.
The city would object to any reference to anything contained within tab 8.
typically used to my objections being a little more specific than that.
I was waiting for the arbitrator to catch up, Mr. Caldwell, but thank you.
What, for what reason are they objecting to this?
This information, excuse me, these documentations are completely irrelevant to this case and are only done so and mentioned to harass the witness that's currently on the stand.
They're done to what?
Harass the witness that's currently on the stand. Fire Chief Hood is subject to discipline from different individuals than he himself. He can't discipline himself. So whatever happened to him came from individuals that are not a part of this hearing and have no bearing on this matter.
Well, why don't you let me, I mean, I've never read these, never seen them actually, so.
Sorry, sir. She didn't hear what you said.
um, Without being any more specific, I have to read these to understand your objection.
And I also need to explain why I'm offering them.
Yeah,
She didn't even let me get
that
started.
That would come after I hear other counsel. So if you give me a minute. I can read this. Could have done a little voir dire on this.
I'm sorry, sir?
You could have done a little voir dire.
Well, I haven't even offered. She immediately started objecting when I told him to turn to the tab. I haven't even said what I'm going to do with it. That's eye-opening.
I objected to any reference to it.
What's the relevancy?
Sir, the relevance of this is that after Ms. Bennett was fired, but before this hearing, the fire chief himself had an issue that came out in the public that involved matters that some people were very, very upset about. There was a lot of the public community concern about it because they involved a thing that was a culturally insensitive conduct that the fire chief, and I'm not throwing any rocks at you, Chief Hood. I mean, I have my own opinions about it as well, but at the end of the day, the fire chief himself was disciplined by his boss, the city manager. And in that discipline, they cited 3 of the rules that he cited against Lauren Binnick. Now, she is saying he doesn't fall in the same punishment modality as the firefighters, but the city cited the rules against him. And I would argue that that is alarming if the fire chief is not held to the same rules that the firefighters are. But that is why I need to discuss it with the chief. I'm not trying to harass him. I am not trying to beat him up. I merely want to discuss it with him.
Beat up, that sounds violent.
You want to discuss this with him?
Sure I do, because ultimately I'm trying to determine, and there's a few matters that I find very important about this, but I'm trying to determine what exactly, how do you define the fire department's policy on racial and cultural issues? Because it seems like to me, it's all over the place.
I merely pointed out that the fire chief is disciplined by a different governing body.
City manager, yeah.
Correct, which is different than what Ms. Bienick was disciplined under, and therefore has no bearing on this case, because what that governing body took into consideration and what this body is taking into consideration are in fact different.
Well, let's take it for what it's worth. I kind of agree with council.
I think it's highly relevant, but I appreciate your latitude, if you'll allow me to proceed.
Go ahead.
May I have a running objection to all of these questions?
Noted.
Thank you.
All right, Chief, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and have you take a look at that document on
Yes, sir.
tab 8. It is an actual one-page document.
Is it G8?
No, I haven't offered it yet, Chief.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want you to take a look at it. There's a one-page document titled Letter of Discipline.
Yes, sir.
And there's also a document right after that, which is, I believe it was what you issued. Well, you
In the
tell
first-
me what it is. I mean,
Council, in the first document, the city manager informs Chief Hood to put together a plan. The second document looks like his plan.
that's what it is.
Okay.
But I wanted Chief to discuss it. Do you recognize those documents, Chief?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The first document, what is it?
It's a letter of discipline to myself,
From who?
the boss, city manager, Eric Walsh.
He is your boss.
Yes, sir.
He is the top of city leadership, I assume. That's
Yes, sir.
not an elected official, correct? Okay. And what is the second document?
Second management, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry,
The,
second document.
The second document was to the members and talked about the expectations of conduct, behavior by personnel.
Why did you have to, what were the facts? Why did you get disciplined?
Well, the facts were, and I've never been to a firefighter party in the city of San Antonio since I've been here. I went to a party for one of my firefighters that just got promoted to lieutenant that had been going through cancer for the last 5 years. It was his 50th birthday party. He invited me way back and said, "Hey, will you be here if I'm at 50?" And it's like, absolutely. So drove out to his house, tried to go through the garage, couldn't get in, tried to go through the back gate because I didn't want to like come in and make an appearance. I walked in the front door, and at the front door, they had a guest book where you sign a guest book. They had a lady that was in a kimono, and about 5 feet in, they had a table set up, which was a sushi present for him. And it was a lady with bikini top on, but banana leaves covered in sushi. I stopped and took a picture with the firefighter's card in my hand. I took a picture, and 9 months later, that picture surfaced. And so I don't regret going to the party. I regret the insensitivity of not understanding the cultural part of the sushi ceremony. And so, again, if I offended anyone, I apologize. And if I offended anyone that's listening to this right now, I apologize for that. But that was it. And so I accept the discipline. I deserved it. Even though I didn't know at the time what I was doing was offensive, I take accountability for my actions. So that's basically what happened.
Okay, Chief, thank you for that candid explanation. You just testified that you weren't quite, you didn't realize that what you did might be taken by some other folks. Did you mean like by persons who are of an Asian background who might hold that ceremony in high regard? Is that what you meant by that, sir?
What I've learned from this experience is that sometimes we can do things that are racially insensitive, whether we intended to or not, but we're still accountable for our actions. So that's what I've learned.
But you agree that you could actually, during the time, you did something that was deemed racially insensitive by other people, but you didn't realize it at the time.
Yes, sir.
You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, now, after that, because that story was, that situation was covered in the media. A little too much, in my opinion.
Well,
between us.
to the editorials by you and Cifuentes, so.
No, it wasn't us. I had nothing
Okay,
to do
well,
with it.
I saw names in the paper.
It wasn't me. I
Okay.
think I know who it was, but it was not me, nor did I know. And I don't live in San Antonio, so I don't get the paper. But I did get this news story. You were quoted in the Express News as saying, and I want you to tell me if this is accurate. I think the majority of people in this community know my character, and I'm a man of integrity, end quotes. Hood said, open quote again. And it's just a picture. It was more or less a family event. So it was completely painted wrong, end quote. Is that what you said during an interview with Brian Chasnoff?
Yep, in my living room. And so it was a picture. And I do think the people of this community, it was important for me to say that, people judge you for 14 years. And so there is no doubt that I offended some people. And if I did, I apologize for it. And I continue to do that. But this was nothing that I posted on social media. I didn't put this on Facebook. This came out 9 months later.
It was seen by a lot of people, though. Would you agree?
Excuse me?
It was seen by quite a few people.
Oh, I'm sure it was.
Yeah. Okay, but you agree that that quote that I asked you was correct?
Repeat the quote again.
I think the majority of people in this community know my character and that I'm a man of integrity. And it's just a picture. It was more or less a family event, so it was just completely painted wrong. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, because it was a family event. The firefighter who was there, his children were there. There were probably 70 firefighters there, and there were family members there. So it was a family event. If it wouldn't have been, I would have never attended.
Okay, sir. Didn't Lauren tell you substantially the same exact thing during your interview with her before you fired her?
Lauren posted 2 Facebook pictures or two posts. That's completely different from what happened here. Absolutely different.
Okay.
If I would have gone to, you got a string of sushi pictures with me hanging out, or you have any other indications that I continued this kind of behavior after I was put on notice, because this was investigated for quite a while before I ever got a letter of discipline. So it would have been the same as me going out and doing something else right after I knew I was getting investigated.
Didn't Lauren tell you during your meeting with her that, people in the department know her character? They know her heart. Didn't she tell you something substantially like that?
Something like that. But again,
Let me just let it go easier if you let me ask the questions, unless you just want to continue to do these.
I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Okay. She described to you that people know her character and that she's not a racist. Would you agree with that?
That's what she said, yes.
Okay, well, that's in the notes.
That's what she
Yeah,
said, yes.
Okay, all right. And you said that people in the community know your character and that you're a man of integrity. I have no reason to doubt that. I don't. So that's the way you felt about it, but you acknowledged that you might have made a mistake.
Oh, I made a mistake with this sushi incident, absolutely, not by going to the party, but my insensitivity of posing for a picture.
Okay, and she acknowledged that she made a mistake, that she didn't see what was wrong with it at the time, but she was clear afterward, that was a mistake. Would you agree with that?
After the second time,
You didn't talk to her until the last day, so.
understand that, but it was two incidents versus the one if you're comparing.
Okay, that's fine. And then you say that this was completely painted wrong. Well, she kind of told you that too, didn't she? She said, I did not mean this as a racist comment.
If I would have showed up at an event such as this and made some reference or had something on me that identified something against Asian people, or something like that. So again, this was a family event. What she did was went and found a monkey picture of a black man and a black man and put them together. They're two completely different things.
There was a report that was issued regarding the incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you turn to tab 9?
If you want to put the G8 in here.
No, hold on, chief.
Okay.
Hold on. Tab 9, can you identify that document?
Yeah, it's a memo to my boss from the city attorney and from HR with copies to the deputy city manager, a summary of investigative report, date November 19th, 2020.
Have you reviewed this document, sir?
No, I have not.
You did not review the summary of the findings on the investigation about your own conduct?
I reviewed the letter from the city attorney's office or from the city manager. I basically knew what the findings were. So as far as going into great detail on this letter, or I didn't spend a lot of time on it, I lived it.
Okay, but did you review this?
When it came out, I haven't reviewed it in preparation for this at all.
It's not my question. I just want to know if you've seen
I've seen
Natalie
it.
Rougeau's investigative
I've seen it.
findings.
I've seen it.
Because it's really alarming if you testify that you haven't even looked at it.
No, I thought you were talking about recently, but yeah, I've seen it.
All right. Is this a true and accurate representation of her investigative report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time, I would like to offer this as grievance. Where are we? Where are we, chief? What was the other ones?
Are you going to do 8 on this one or is it 9?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I haven't done 8 on the other one. Back up to that one real quick. At this time, I want to offer this document as grievance 8. This is the letter of discipline issued to Charles Hood from Eric Walsh.
Before I get into my objection, I think we're on grievance 6,
Oh.
unless I've missed some numbers.
Might have. Are we on 6? We are because I'm on it. Yeah, grievance 6. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Grievance 6. I was on the tab.
The city does object to the admission of the documents contained behind tab 8, including the letter of discipline. Excuse me. For the same reasons as stated earlier, there is no bearing on this hearing or this arbitration, and it is not relevant in any way as Chief Hood is disciplined by a different governing body than we are here to discuss today.
I don't disagree with you, counsel. It is what it is, and it has certain weight, whether it's good or bad, according to counsel, it's for him to decide. This is 6, counsel?
Yes, G6. Is it admitted, sir?
Yes. Are you going to,
Now, we'll jump back to tab 9. At this time, I'd like to offer that as G7.
The city would again object on the same grounds that this has no bearing on today's proceeding and is really done only to harass the witness.
well, the conditions were, well. Give me time to
This
read
document actually even has more relevance, although they're both relevant, but this document lays out the rules violations that he cited against Lauren Bennett that he also was cited for.
And why are you offering it?
I'm offering it into evidence as additional evidence as to how he was treated in a similar situation.
So you're raising the disparate treatment argument.
Generally, it's not the primary disparate treatment argument I'm making here, but it is going to be argued in my brief about kind of the command climate, kind of the situation in the San Antonio Fire Department. And it goes to just cause. And that whole rules being clear type thing. If the fire chief himself isn't tracking it, then how can you expect a firefighter?
Well, that's argument for the brief.
It will be argument for the brief, but I need the documents in to get them there, sir.
Again, it is what it is, and whether it's relevant material or of no value whatsoever, because the forum is different, it is what it is.
And I have absolute confidence that the hearing examiner is going to be able to give this the proper weight that it deserves.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Chief, G7. This is a summary report issued by an investigator that was hired by the city, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was ultimately her findings in this?
I'm sorry, Mr. Arbitrator, can I just have a running objection to this line of questioning as well?
Say again?
A running objection to this line of questioning as well,
On what basis, counsel?
on the grounds that it's not relevant and it's done as for a purpose
And
of
how is it-
harassment.
How is it not relevant? Because of the difference in forum? Is that,
Yeah, yes, you can, in order to show disparate treatment, you have to show that the individual employees were similarly situated. They're not similarly situated. They're governed by different sets of rules and regulations within the city, and they are governed by, or have the disciplinary body and the managers and those individuals are different. Therefore, they cannot be similarly situated. With that,
I don't think he's saying they're similarly situated, and I'm not taking it that way. I think he's, correct me if I'm wrong, he's offering it for evidence of different treatment, disparate treatment per se.
yes, I understand that.
Afforded within the same department.
I'm just asking for a running objection to this line of questions because I don't feel that they're relevant, and I can object after every single one if you prefer.
Let's take 5 minutes, okay?
Okay.
What is it?
We'll take 5 minutes, chief.
We've done a couple of Zoom calls like this.
Yeah, I mean, when we first started doing Zoom, here, I wasn't loving it, but then I kind of got into the flow, get used to it, so now it's like, oh, I have to grab the pictures.
Yeah.
But it is nice to get dressed and,
And you had to come in early too, right?
I think everybody's kind of feeling that it's a pain, but how much you actually have to show up with.
yes, yes, I mean, I got, because I didn't really realize how much my travel time set in, how I work on my transport. So then being home, like, I just, once the demo ends and perhaps and I just immediately start working, and I was like, cutting down all this time and traveling. But I think I can go back to sort of like some person, some,
I think it'll be a mix.
yeah, I do.
My feet forgot what it was like to wear heels.
Yes, I know. I'm like, "Hey, you see me?" So I go, "Oh, all right."
Okay, in the back. So tell me what the problem is.
I don't know what we're talking about. Oh, I asked if I could have a running objection to Mr. Caldwell's line of questioning as it relates to the documents behind tab 9.
What does that mean, a running objection? What does that mean?
What grounds?
You're going to object to every question he asks?
I am on relevance, and rather than objecting for every question, if I could just have a running objection for the record, that way I do not have to slow the proceedings down.
Well, I would disagree with you. I read the memo. They're off. Counsel is allowed to present his case the way he wants. There were 3 or 4 instances in this document that somewhat parallel what happened to the grievant in this case. Now, I grant you, he's a manager, she's an employee. Things might be different, but he has a right to present his case the way he wants.
Sir, I'll step in and stand next to Ms. Pfeiffer on this. I don't mind if you give her a running objection on relevance grounds. I mean, I understand her position, but we disagree, but a running objection is just that. She's
No, I
just
mean,
not.
I don't know what more I can do.
I just would like, if you don't want to grant me the running objection, can
I
you just
did
put
not
the,
say that. I said, I noted it. It's on the record. You
I did
have
not
it.
hear that. I
I'm sorry.
apologize.
You have a running objection.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready to go, ma'am? Chief,
Yes, sir.
I just have a few more questions on 9 and we're gonna move past it. Number 9 is the report that was tendered by a city, an attorney hired by the city to investigate it.
Yes, sir.
The sushi stuff. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you turn to page 3 of that document,
Yes, sir.
there's a section about midway through the page. It begins with a bold that says San Antonio Fire Department rules and regulations.
Yes, sir.
Now, that top paragraph is the report of the attorney that I don't quite understand. And I'm going to read it and ask you if you know what it means. When examining Hood's conduct, comma, he and his deputy fire chiefs appear to have focused on how other fire department personnel have been or would be treated under similar circumstances. News reports do the same, comma, focused on 2 employees who have been recently disciplined and or terminated for violating the department's rules and regulations, period. However, comma, Hood is a department director and therefore held to a higher standard. Do you agree with that statement, sir?
Absolutely.
The two employees who have been recently disciplined and terminated, would that be Lauren Bennick and Chris Johnson?
I would imagine, I never got a copy of this document, but I would imagine that's who they're talking about, yes.
Those two incidents were pretty soon in time.
Yes,
Lauren's was in June and then Chris's was in, it was in the fall,
September or something.
September, something like
Yeah.
that. Okay, so it's quite likely that's what Ms. Rozier is referring to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, then she cites 3 rule violations. Conduct and behavior, 3.01. Relationships with coworkers, 3.02. And negative public image, 4.07.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that those 3 rule violations are also 3 of the rule violations that were alleged against Ms. Bennick?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you agree that you violated those rules?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, chief. Let's move on.
If I may,
Yes, sir.
if I may. Chief, if I heard your prior testimony, you walked into this party through a garage? Or how did you enter the party?
Sir, there were probably about 200 people there, large house. And so I didn't want to make an entrance through the front door if I could. I wanted to just kind of slide in because I don't go to functions such as this. So I tried to go through the side garage. I tried to go through the backyard gate. And they told me you got to go around through the front and sign the guest book. So when I went around to the front and to sign the guest book, there's a lady standing there at the podium wearing a kimono. So I walked right into it. I took a picture with the guy's birthday card in my hand, and that's what I did.
So this picture was taken immediately after you walked in?
I still have the card in my hand. I didn't have a drink. There's another table over there where you put gifts. I hadn't even made it to the table to put the card down.
Did you know her at all?
Excuse me?
Did you know this lady at all?
I knew nobody there. I didn't know this was even going on. I'm going to a birthday party for a guy that was sick with cancer, and I showed up at his birthday party. I had no idea this was going on. I never posted anything, nothing. Somebody took a picture and then they sent it to the news 9 months later.
How long did you linger?
Well, I stayed at the party for a while, but I took that.
No. How long did you linger in the area where the picture was taken
Oh,
with this woman?
Maybe a minute or two. I mean, I took a picture and I didn't linger there very long.
You didn't take the picture.
No, I don't know who took the picture, sir. I didn't pose. I didn't take the picture. I didn't do a selfie. Somebody took a picture. 9 months later, it shows up in the media.
So this is rather impromptu.
Absolutely impromptu.
You know, the document itself looks like a manual and procedure and elements that should have been taken, maybe somewhere or some weren't, because there are some dispositions made in it that deny the allegation, retaliation for one. So again, I say it's what it's worth. I mean, but you have to read this. I guess you have. And see that there are similarities, generally speaking, regardless of the differences in rank. There are some similarities here regarding what happened to the chief, what happened to the grievance. And that's all I'm saying. So if you want to object to that, you're very welcome to.
And sir, if I could add, there were probably.
Chief, only when you're asked a question.
Sorry.
You have it.
Thank you, sir. Okay, chief, we're going to switch gears. Not going to talk about that no more. Let's talk about the video. You watched the video, sir?
I've never seen the video.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
Let me interject again. It's 1:45. At this point, yesterday, we had already been halfway through lunch. Should we break? How long are you going to go on for?
I maybe have about another 15 minutes.
15?
15 minutes. Not
And if I
much.
remember correctly, there's another witness scheduled
At 2.
too. So maybe, all right, 15. Let's do your 15, finish it one, hopefully.
Let her do.
Break, and we'll get ready for the next witness. Okay. Thank
So
you.
you haven't seen the video,
No, sir.
but you expected everybody else in the fire department to watch it?
Are you talking about the sushi video?
No,
I'm sorry. Well, see, I don't,
no, I'm talking about,
You said
we're done with
video.
sushi.
okay, but again, I didn't know what video you were talking about.
Is there a video of the sushi thing too?
Supposedly there was, so, okay.
No,
Yes,
sir.
I saw the video that we did. Yes, sir.
Okay, we're not talking about nothing about
Okay.
that incident any longer, chief.
Gotcha.
We're just gonna go back, we're back on Miss Binnick now. Okay, you have watched that video, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you think that video paints Lauren in a pretty harsh light?
Yes. I think it paints the statement. It paints the time of what's going on. It paints a lot of things, but yes, some people could look at that and it paints directly to her. Yes.
That video, there's firefighters talking about not being able to trust her, that she may not help other firefighters in need. Do you agree that that's maybe kind of a leap?
Not at all.
Okay, so you agree that that's a reasonable,
To some people that again have been hurt by comments or pictures like this in the past, not maybe by Ms. Bienick, but have been subject to racial issues. Yes, it can make them think that.
okay, but the entire department has now seen a video that paints her in that light. Correct.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. What if this hearing examiner reinstates her? What kind of environment is she going to be walking into?
If the hearing examiner chooses to reinstate her, that's his right, and that's her right to come back. And it's my duty to make sure that we protect her. And it's my duty to make sure that nothing happens to her when she comes back. And so again, we would hope that we've learned enough from this incident to understand a little bit more about tolerance. But again, if she comes back to work, I can't put the mindset of someone that may think what she did was horrifically wrong. I can't put in the mindset of some African-American man, one of the older guys on this job, or one of the kids whose dad has been equated to a monkey. I can't get in their mindset, but again, we have to make sure that we don't act anything out on her if she comes back, and we protect her.
Do you think she might be in danger if she was reinstated?
I don't think so at all.
Do you think that she herself is a danger?
A danger as far as,
Well, I mean, I don't know. Some of those firefighters were literally talking about how they don't feel safe.
yeah,
Do you think she is a danger to those firefighters?
I can't answer for those firefighters, but I don't see her as being a danger on an incident. But what I do see is a challenge sitting at the kitchen table. And some of those things, all of us are going to have to communicate and nurture if she comes back.
It actually might be, it might potentially inspire some dialogue about this subject, right?
It could. Hopefully, if that's the case, hopefully it does.
I mean, if everybody agrees with each other, that's not much of a dialogue.
You know what? I'm not asking to agree. I'm asking that you understand that you can't equate a black man to a monkey. You can't talk about running over protesters in a time when this nation is under protest because of a black man being killed by 4 police officers in Minneapolis.
in the video, it states that the initial step of the video is to maintain a welcoming and accepting department. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
That was, would you call that the stated purpose of the video?
The state of the purpose was there were a lot of people that were, again, hurt and disappointed by this. We had a climate to where I can't go out and do a town hall at a station. I can't bring everybody down to the academy to talk about what's happening. We had to do a video, and it's probably the best way as far as platform on getting information out to the troops.
Do you think that if somebody makes a comment that is intolerant or insensitive or stupid and has a racial undertone to it, do you think that that person should be fired from the department?
If that person goes out and makes one statement that is completely racist and comes back and does another one, talking about running over people when the nation's protesting, yes, I do.
You mention family all the time when you reference the department.
Yes, I do.
So when that firefighter does that, they're no longer in the family. Is that what your testimony is?
You know what? I think family understands that we're diverse. Family should understand what's divisive and what's not. And so if Lauren comes back, then she's going to be welcomed back into this department, and we're going to protect her, and she's going to be a member of this family.
Chief, is it your testimony that depending on the decision of Mr. Bastow, the entire department, after watching that video, is going to accept her back with welcoming arms?
I'm not guaranteeing what everybody is going to accept, but what they're going to have to accept is that if she comes back, she puts on this uniform, we give her the respect and the dignity as we would for any member. But again, I can't guarantee what any member is going to think about her coming back or how they're going to feel working with her. But what I can tell you is it would be unacceptable to treat her in any derogatory means or to put her in a situation where she feels uncomfortable or unsafe. But, and so when I say uncomfortable, there could be uncomfortable conversations with people.
Sometimes those uncomfortable talks are how we achieve the best outcomes, right? When everybody lays out how they feel.
Yeah, sometimes you have to get out of your comfort zone to achieve that. But again, if you come from a place or a culture or anything that you equate monkeys to Black people or any other race and you pull out a symbol, that's racist. That is, and you have to understand the consequences of that. You have to understand that you've hurt people. I can't guarantee how people get over their hurt or when they get over it, but you've hurt people.
Okay. Would you agree that sometimes people can believe things that they themselves didn't have any or very little input on what they believe? They were exposed to things.
I didn't realize there was a sushi ceremony when I walked into that house. I'm still accepting the responsibility and blame for that action. And so I do firmly believe that anybody that would equate a monkey face to a Black man is racist. And the outcome is racial, whether they acknowledge, whether they knew, it doesn't matter.
Okay, well, that wasn't quite my question, Chief, but that's okay. I can piggyback on that. Do you think that people can say something or do something that they may not have the actual intent, like a racist intent or racial intent, and it can be taken out of context?
Yeah, that can happen.
And wouldn't it be important to factor in that person's background or that person's explanation before you make decisions? about that person, before you paint them with that racist brush? Wouldn't it be important to do that?
I think the person themselves painted themselves. I didn't paint them with a racial brush.
No, I'm asking you a question about, don't you think it would be important to learn more about why she might have made that comment? If there was an extenuating,
You know what?
An alternate explanation.
It would have been, I would have loved to have had the dialogue. And the plan was to really have that dialogue about the monkey picture. I didn't get that opportunity because she fired off another post talking about running over people. I didn't have that opportunity.
your mind was made up.
No, my mind wasn't made up, but the mind was made up as far as, you know what else is she gonna put out? If she's put these two out, what else is she gonna put out? She really doesn't understand what's going on as far as firing off the one post, and then you double down on firing off another one. We didn't have the opportunity to sit down and discuss the first post because something else came up. And so that was the progression of it.
Chief, have you ever said anything racial or culturally insensitive?
Absolutely, we all have.
Have you ever had any?
I didn't post it on Facebook. I didn't have my picture on Facebook. And then I didn't double down and post something again.
Have you ever had anyone complain within the department about you doing stuff like that?
No,
You've never had any complaints filed against you for making racist or cultural statements? And I'm not talking about sushi. That's not what I'm talking about.
no.
Okay. Chief, you testified just now that you didn't have a chance to have a dialogue with her because she made the second post. And earlier you testified that you made up your mind to fire her at the conclusion of your meeting with her. Did I state that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. I have a question, Chief, about a document I found.
Thank you.
Thanks. Take a look at that document, Chief. What does that document appear to be?
It's a press release
From?
from Governmental Public Affairs, City of San Antonio.
It was issued by, well, there's a contact info on there of a Laura Mays. Do you know who that is?
Yes, sir. She is one of the public information officers for the city.
For the city or for the fire department?
For the city.
What about Joe Arrington?
He is a public information officer for the fire department.
Okay. This document, you look up on the right, it says published on Thursday, June the 11th, 2020. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when I look down into the body of the paragraph, of the announcement, it is dated June the 8th, 2020.
Yes, sir.
Chief, this appears to be a press release that was written 3 days before you fired Ms. Bennick.
I've never seen this press release and I didn't write this press release and I don't know about the difference in the date.
But you have no reason to doubt that this is not an official record of the city of San Antonio.
This is the first time I've seen it, so you're asking me what?
Is this an official record
Yes,
of the city of San Antonio?
yes,
Okay. So this would be a public record that anybody could request, correct?
yes, but it says published June 11th, 2020.
Yes. It was published the day you fired her,
Yes,
but it looks like it was written on June the 8th, 2020.
we wouldn't write a statement prior to. So again, how this came about, I have no idea, but I've never seen the statement. I didn't draft it up.
But you had previously issued a notice of proposed with only one allegation on it. And you had not yet met with her on that one because you rescinded it, correct?
Yes, sir, because of spelling.
So is it possible that this is the release that for the firing that you were going to give her under that one?
I can't speculate on that, but again, we had no intentions of firing her on the first allegation.
We. You or you?
Me.
This is on the city's website right now.
I understand that, but again, I had nothing to do with that date or the time. And we had no, I had no intention of firing her on the first offense or
Okay,
first event.
You understand that this
I
tends
understand.
to, tends to
I-
look like the decision was already made.
All I can tell you is there was no decision made on the first one whatsoever.
At this time, I'd like to offer this as grievance 10.
No objection.
What is it?
All right, sir. One final matter. Throughout the hearing, you've been testifying about the post that Ms. Bennick issued that caused you to fire her, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also have testified that the first post, you weren't going to fire her. And then because of the second post, you decided that was it. She didn't get it. You're going to fire her.
Yes, sir.
And that second post was her stating, "I will be plowing through."
That's correct.
Right, sir. I'm going to hand you a document. And I have marked Grievance Exhibit 10. This document, city book. Can you take a look at that document, Chief? Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
You recognize part of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, look for me on city binder number 4.
Yes, sir.
Those appear to be substantially the same documents, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you and several other fire department witnesses have already testified that City 4 is the document that y'all considered when you made decisions about Lauren Bennick.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now when you look at grievance 10, you can see that Lauren Bennick did make a post on that, but it's not the post "I will be plowing through." Can you see that?
I see I'll be flying up top, John Silvio.
Well, you also, getting back to that, I'm glad you mentioned Mr. Silvio. When you look at the city's exhibit, there doesn't identify at the top who said "I will be plowing through." Would you agree with that?
She admitted that she posted it, though.
No, she admitted she posted.
She admitted that she posted it.
Answer my question.
I'm sorry.
I just didn't hear him, Council.
No, okay, I'm sorry. You needed some clarification, sir?
I just didn't hear him, Council.
Okay. That wasn't my question though, sir. My question was on the city's exhibit, does it identify who said "I will be plowing through"?
No, it's not on this exhibit.
But that is the statement that you attributed to Miss Bennick, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is a statement that Chief Meade attributed to Miss Bennick as well yesterday.
Chief who?
Chief Meade.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is the exhibit with the "I will be plowing through" that the city used to make these decisions. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
Except that's not exactly what she said. She didn't say she would be plowing through. She posted above that poster. You see that?
I can hit the gas and plow through them.
Well, that's only part of it. What are the first two words?
Google says.
Google says I can hit the gas and plow through them. That is what she typed.
So if Google says I can get a noose, that makes it okay? It doesn't matter. She was part of this post. It doesn't matter what Google says.
But you didn't have the right information when you made a decision.
We have the appropriate information.
You had information of a comment she didn't state. You just admitted it.
She admitted that she made this post.
No, in your notes, you show her a piece of paper. In those notes, that's what it says. You showed it to her. Now, she sees this. I don't know if she could see which one you're referring to. She's never admitted that she said, "I will be plowing through." Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, my point here, Chief, is her comment is Google says I can hit and plow the gas and plow through them. Doesn't it appear that she is referencing exactly what it states at the bottom of that Google, whatever it is, article?
So again, hit is in all caps, plow is in all caps, the exclamation marks at the end. So I don't get where you're going with this. It is still talking about running over protesters, whether Google says it or whether she said it. It doesn't matter.
Chief, you testified earlier that one of the requirements you have for the department is they do thorough investigations. Did you not?
Absolutely.
So if you're using evidence that don't even belong, that if you're using comments that aren't even attributed to the firefighter, is that a thorough investigation?
What comments am I using?
Well, you've been testifying all day that she said, "I will be plowing through."
Yes, sir.
And you just testified she did in fact not say that,
I just read what this says.
but you didn't know it until I just showed it to you.
The fact doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter to you.
I don't think, I don't, not in this situation, no.
Okay, so are you saying that you will use any type of evidence to take an action against a fireman and you don't even check to see if it's accurate?
We had the information that was provided us during the investigation, and I would expect that to be the right information on anything that we do.
Now, you had information on the second post that a gentleman named John Sevillo said, "I will be plowing through," but you didn't know that because the evidence you had cuts off his name. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Aren't you concerned with that, Chief?
yes.
Aren't you concerned that you would take such a serious action against a firefighter, a death penalty sanction of firing them, and then besmirching them, besmirching their name with videos based upon the wrong evidence?
You know what? I don't think it was besmirching. I think the video, if you look back at the video, most of those people were talking about that first post that hurt them. And so again, if we have other information that comes up during, that's what this arbitration is about.
I don't understand that comment. Could you explain?
As far as the video
Is
or
the,
besmirching,
no, sir, you said that's what this arbitration is about. Is it your testimony that we ferret out the actual facts on your actions at the hearing for the
I
firefighter?
think given the information that we had, we made the appropriate decision on Ms. Bienick.
I'm offering grievance 10 as rebuttal evidence, sir. Has it been admitted? I don't think it has. But I want to make sure it gets admitted.
I believe we already have a grievance 10.
Do we?
I agree with that too.
We do?
That's, yeah.
Oh, grievance 10. I'm sorry. It's going to be grievance 11. Grievance 11. This will be G11. Would you correct it for me there, Chief, if you don't mind?
This is 11 now?
Yeah, I guess grievance 10 was the other one.
This is 10?
Yes, sir. That's 10. I'm sorry. Grievance
Your
11.
numbers may be jacked up over here.
Oh, I know, sir.
So
I'm sorry. It's not you, it's me.
It's in- but-
That is grievance 10, sir. And the post, the actual legitimate post made by Ms. Bennett is grievance 11. All right, Chief. Does it sound like she's saying, Google says I can hit the gas and plow through them? Does it sound like she's being lighthearted?
Does it sound like she's asking Google?
Yeah, well, no, does it sound like she's actually kind of making it appears, because she's going to testify about it, but it appears that she's observing what this thing says. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what her mindset was when she was looking.
Okay,
at
well, I
this.
said, how does that appear? That sentence. It appears this individual, Miss Bennett, is saying, Google says I can hit the gas and plow through them. That's
Yes.
exactly what she's saying. So she's referencing that something on Google is telling you you can drive through protesters. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's not quite the same as saying an affirmative statement of I will be plowing through them, is it?
The question is, why is she on social media talking about anything to do with protesters at this time?
You know,
when she
sir,
had been warned.
the question is that, and that's probably a question you should have asked before you fired her. But today, I asked you if that statement sounds the same as I will be plowing through.
No,
Nothing further from this witness at this time.
Try to get done. Try to get done. Do you want to keep going through? We have the,
No,
no, okay.
it's 1:15. I don't know about you, but right under this frigid.
Okay. Yeah.
I need a break.
Okay, I understand. We have a remote individual at 2, Chief Juicy, and Chief Hood has a conflict this afternoon.
I got the mayor, the judge, and the city manager at 3.
Is he done? Do you have?
I have redirect,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
So perhaps we can,
About how much, just roughly? Not limiting you in any way.
I know, I'm just trying to
schedule this out.
estimate maybe 20 minutes.
And your other witness, who I thought was pacing outside the window here?
If they are, they're wet.
Yeah, well, he was close to the building.
The next witness is remote. They'll be appearing remotely at 2.
Okay, maybe
I'm not sure who's outside.
Okay. All right, so 20 more minutes for the chief. Who knows what you have, right? You know,
I have some protein drinks, sir. That'll help.
Can we agree the chief could come back and finish redirect tomorrow morning? It's not ideal, but
So you have appointments later today here?
Yes, sir.
Well, you better take care of them, right? He would have to reappear tomorrow then.
Say what?
would to work coming in tomorrow morning?
I
work?
guess, man, she got my phone, but yeah, we'll make it work.
Okay.
Is that okay with everyone?
9
Comes
o'clock?
Back in the morning?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine with the city. 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I'll be here.
And how long did you want to take for lunch, sir? Just until our 2 o'clock
Oh, I don't know. What about your witness?
at 2?
So 45 minutes is all we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Or is that a hard 2 o'clock or can we make it 2:15? I'm just asking. Is he at a place where?
Can I be dismissed? Sir, can I be dismissed? Can I be dismissed? I'll be back at 9 in
No,
the
you're
morning.
not dismissed. It gets adjourned until tomorrow.
You tell me whatever it is. Thank you.
I can reach out to him. He is the chief in another jurisdiction now, so I have to just give him a heads up on what's going on. Yeah,
I'm fine, sir. But I want you to be, refreshed and hydrated.
Trying to bribe me, huh? Okay.
want you to do it. Ms. Blackburn, well.
I think 2:15 should be fine.
Okay, fine. That's good. That'd be great.
Oh, you talked to
Okay,
him?
2:15 it is.
Chief, this is the video tech. Can you hear me okay? I can hear you, yeah. Okay, we've got you loud and clear too, so.
All right, sounds good. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the video so I can eat a little bit. All right, thanks.
Yes, and then you'll swipe over when it. Or. Should,
There's nothing up here.
yes, it's on both. Let me- Yes.
Well, I've gotten the red dot before. I got it this morning.
Yeah, and then and you
It's not-
press that.
seems to be coming up.
Is okay. Is your battery? Oh, there. You hold it and it should give you a thing to. Sorry. I'm not sure. Oh. Maybe not. Sorry. Warranty a. Okay. I wanna do this. Two.
Yeah, you can sit there. I mean, you can move closer.
Yeah, don't press both of them, I guess. Oh, there we go.
I gotta finish cheat code tomorrow. But
I'm
after
not sure what it's
GC,
doing.
Tom's
I
gonna
think
take
it's
some of his notes.
starting over.
Anyone there?
Yes, sir. We are.
Okay, am I on the meeting right now?
We're waiting on you to start the meeting. You won't be able to see us, but we can see you. Does that make sense? We can hear you and see you, but you can't see us.
I can join the thing and then he can see us that
You
way.
can hear any over mics. All the mics are open.
Do you want me to get off the meeting and come back on it?
No, chief, you're good. Just stay where you are, please.
Okay.
Yes, that's our. Chief, are you ready to begin?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Mr. Arbitrator, are we on the record?
You ready?
Ma'am, can you swear him in? His name is Richard Juy.
G-I-U-S-T-I. G-I-U-S-T-I. Nice Irish name.
If you would please raise your right hand, so I can, thank you. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Chief, I know you can't see me, but my name is Rosa Pfeiffer. I'm an attorney for the city of San Antonio. How are you today?
Good, Rosa, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Excuse me,
I'm gonna grab a bottle of water here real quick.
go for it. All right. Chief, will you please introduce yourself to the arbitrator?
Yeah, my name is Richard Juy. I'm fire chief, Brian Fire Department, and I was formerly an assistant chief of San Antonio Fire Department. My responsibility for that as the fire chief commander on the day shift.
How long have you been a member of the Bryan Police Department or Fire Department, excuse me?
Since a couple months, since April 1st.
And prior to taking over command at the Bryan Fire Department, you used to work for San Antonio Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you with the San Antonio Fire Department?
Almost 26 years.
You mentioned that you were an assistant chief with the San Antonio Fire Department. What was your job to do as an assistant chief?
Fire chief commander,
Which means what?
which means I oversaw about 400 firefighters that reside in the day shift.
During the course of your job as an assistant chief with the San Antonio Fire Department, did you have reason to come to know a firefighter by the name of Lauren Bennick?
Yes,
What was your relationship with Miss Bennick?
she was assigned to engine 23. When I was battalion 8, and I was in my battalion, and so I was her lieutenant or her captain supervisor. And then I promoted on the same shift, so I became fire chief commander that oversaw her battalion chief.
We're here at the having an arbitration to discuss Miss Bennick being issued an indefinite suspension. Were you aware that that occurred?
ma'am.
As it pertains to that indefinite suspension, did you have reason to go out and speak with Ms. Bennett? Do you recall who ordered you or told you to go and have that conversation?
Deputy Chief Kendra.
When you went out and to talk to Ms. Bennett, what did you talk to her about?
Talked to her about that we had a complaint, that she had posted something that was controversial, and that she had anything controversial on social media, that she should take it off.
At the time that you went and had that conversation with Ms. Bennett, were you aware what the controversial post was about?
No,
Have you since learned what that post was about?
yes,
What is your understanding that post was?
that she had compared President Obama to a monkey.
What did you think of that post?
Very bad taste. In my opinion, racially charged. At the time, we had a lot of racial tensions around the nation. You know, at that point as well, with the Black Lives Matter movement. And, you know, I was actually very concerned with what that was going to do for our department.
Why? Why were you concerned?
Because I think a lot of people would have thought that was racially charged. And because of politics, what was going on with the presidential election, that things could become heated, and we could have different situations that make altercations, verbal and so forth. That may happen in the fire stations. Also, I was worried about the director of the department, but if someone from the outside read it, what do they really think about us as firefighters?
Were you concerned that the public may have a negative opinion of you as a firefighter because of the post Ms. Bennett posted?
Is that
After you had your meeting or your conversation with Ms. Bennett, did you document that conversation in some way?
yes?
How so? And that has been admitted into evidence here at the arbitration. And I believe you have a copy of it in front of you. Is that correct?
No, actually, closed it, but I can open it back up if you like.
If you would, sir.
I have it open.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the conversation you had with Ms. Bennett?
Yes, ma'am.
What date did the conversation occur?
May 13th,
Of what year?
2020.
I noticed in this email that you drafted that Ms. Bennett offered you her cell phone so you could look through the post and well, so you could look through her post. Did you take her up on that offer?
No,
Why not?
because her phone is private, kind of like a diary as far as I'm concerned. And even though she offered it to me, I didn't know it was on there. And so I thought that was, you know, my skill as a supervisor.
But you did advise her to take down or remove any inappropriate or offensive information.
Yes, ma'am. We had a conversation about it, and she said that I don't know anything that I was talking about that could be offensive. And I said, and I talked to her, I said, if there's anything that was, you know, that's politically charged, anything sexual, anything that could
After your conversation with Ms. Bennett, did you come to learn that she made a secondary post on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of what that content of that post was?
I didn't see the post. My understanding is that she had said that she would work for some Black Lives Matters personnel or protest.
You said you didn't see the post. How did you become aware of it?
One of our command staff members.
Do you recall when you became aware of that secondary post?
I don't recall the exact date.
Do you know if it was before Ms. Bennett was issued an indefinite suspension?
It was before that, yes.
And how, as a firefighter, do you feel about another firefighter indicating they would plow through a protester?
Well, I think that is, I think we got to think about what we need to say before we put it out there, because it can be taken a lot of different ways, but, you know, to me, I was worried that people would take that as a threat, you know, and, what people are doing, peaceful protesting, that, you know, we have people, one of our personnel wants to run over them. So.
Okay. Do you recall how you became aware of well, let me rephrase that. In your testimony, you stated that at the time you went and spoke with Ms. Bennett, you were not aware of the content of the post comparing former President Obama to a monkey, correct?
Correct.
How is it you did become aware of that post and the content?
It was brought up later by our command staff meetings.
Did you ever,
What did he say?
it was brought up during one of his command staff meetings? Chief, did you ever hear, did you ever hear of it going around with firefighters in the field?
Did I hear it going around firefighters in the field?
That might have been a bad question. Let me ask you this way. Were field firefighters that were in the field, you know, your everyday firefighters, engineers, not members of the command staff, but these everyday firefighters, did they know this post had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Did any of them talk to you about the post?
Yes, they did.
Was this before Ms. Bennett was issued her indefinite suspension?
Yes.
Were any of the firefighters upset about this post?
Most of them that I talked to were, yes.
Did they articulate that they also felt it presented a negative image on the fire department?
Yes, they did. I will say that I remember having a battalion chief meeting about that. And the battalion chiefs that were on the A shift that day, the battalion chiefs, pretty much indicated to me that they thought that was a negative connotation. And made the department look bad, and that when I asked them, I said, how do your people feel about it? They were pretty upset that had been put on social media.
And these conversations were occurring prior to Ms. Bennett's indefinite suspension?
Yes.
Chief, were you involved in issuing the discipline to Ms. Bennick?
I was in the room.
You were in the room. Did she express remorse at offending people by this post?
I didn't believe that she did.
Sorry. Would you agree with me that the post comparing President Obama to a monkey really harmed the department?
Yes,
And that post caused hurt to others?
yes, absolutely.
Would you agree with me that the post saying that she would plow through protesters harmed the department?
Yes, absolutely.
And that it could have, go ahead.
I would say to the point where our department actually had to put out a video about, because there was so much racial tension at the time, and she added a lot of that in that negative connotation. So we had a lot of tension within the department, and it just wasn't good. It was a very bad lie. And, I know I made a lot of our firefighters very uncomfortable, to be perfectly honest. And, I think that was illustrated when we put out a video about how I feel about the post.
But the field staff were aware of the post prior to the department putting out the video?
Absolutely. I would say that was a response to it, to dial down the racial tension, so that they knew that the administration was looking at this and making sure that everything was being done, to make sure that everyone was being treated fairly, and that to make sure that race is not an issue with our department.
And of course, that post didn't help the racial tensions that were going on at that time, correct? Would you agree with me that that post was derogatory? I'll pass the witness.
How are you, Chief Juicy?
I'm doing good. Is this Tom?
Sure is.
How you doing, my friend?
Living the dream. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How's your family?
Can't complain. Congratulations on the new job.
Thank you, Larry.
All right, now I got to get down to business.
Yes, sir.
That email you just testified to, I just want to make it clear, so I understand. Did you meet with Ms. Bennick on the 11th of May or on the 15th of May?
I want to say it was on the 15th, but to be perfectly honest, I'm going by the date that's on the email. Because usually when I have a discussion like that, I send the email the same day.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the email, Chief, and it states on the 11th of May, myself and BC Stephen Rustin met with firefighter Lauren Bennick. Now, the email is sent on the 15th.
Yes, sir.
Why was there a 4-day delay?
Can I answer that question, Tom?
Well, you just said that you usually reduce it to email the day of.
Yes, I do.
All right, sir. You cited the term racially charged when you were talking to the city's attorney.
Yes, sir.
May the 11th is when you spoke with Ms. Bennick. Correct?
One of the email, yes.
And the incident with George Floyd, I don't know if you know this, but I'll tell you, was on May the 25th.
Okay.
So what was the situation going on at May 11th that you and the department were seeking to not inflame?
Basically, there was a complaint that was lodged to the chief's office saying there was derogatory posts that was on social media by Ms. Deanna.
But you agree that there was no racially charged nationwide scenario playing out whenever you discussed this with Ms. Bennick, right?
No, that didn't happen until later on.
Okay. You also implicated that the presidential election somehow tied into the severity of this post. Could you explain that a little more?
I think that there's been very polarizing election. For example, where I think that was very divided. And I think that on this part of it, when I talk about that, and Ms. Deanna came in to get disciplined, the first thing she said is that, you know, two things you gotta know about me, Chief, is that I'm a Christian and I'm a Trumper. And it's that comment that I kind of put that towards politics.
Was she talking to you or was she talking to someone else during this meeting?
It's just talking to Chief Hood.
You weren't at that meeting, Chief.
What's that?
You were not at the meeting with Chief Hood.
Yes, I
We
was.
have a list of people that were there and your name's not on the list.
You talking about when she had her indefinite suspension?
Yes, sir.
I was there, I was at the opposite side of the table.
Well, other testimony tends to contradict that, but is your position that you were actually in the room as well?
Absolutely.
Can you identify? I'm sorry, Chief, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was at the opposite end of the table that was over, that was there. As you went to Chief's door, you know, to go to the Chief's office to where, Chief Hood was on the other side of the table with Lauren. And right beside Lauren was Chief Rustin, that was right there.
Chief Rustin was there as well, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that even further contradicts what everybody else has testified to. But that's okay. Let's talk about the rules and regulations. You've been gone a little bit, but do you still remember them
Yes, I did.
to a degree?
Not all of them verbatim, as you know, I can speculate, you know.
I know. I'm just, I'm not holding you to that, Chief.
Okay.
I'm going to remind you of a few and if you remember them. There's a section in the rules and regulations, it's section 5, and it's titled Command Supervisory Responsibilities. Is it your understanding that these are the typical rules that apply to folks in charge?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, there's two rules within that section that I want to ask you questions about. Rule 5.07. It is titled Notification of Rules Violation. And the rule, Chief, is any violation of a fire department rule shall be immediately brought to the member's attention by a supervisory officer. Do you remember that rule, sir?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Okay. Now, Rule 5.08 is titled Response to Rules Violation. And the text of that rule is when a rule violation is brought to the attention of a member, the supervisory officer bringing the violation to the member's attention shall properly document and take action appropriate for the particular infraction. Do you remember that rule, sir? Okay, now, let's talk about your meeting with Ms. Bennick on or around May the 11th. Did you notify her of a rule violation that she had committed? So you did not comply with 5.07. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that, with your interpretation. And so, because this was a matter of, I didn't know what the content was at the time when I went to go meet with her. This is a matter of, we had a complaint, I didn't know what it was. So with a complaint, we don't know, I don't know if there was a lot of merit or anything else. It was a matter of talking with her, if she had anything that was on her phone, we wanted her to take it off. And when I go out and do that, you know, I will tell you guys, you know, we're trying to protect the internet department on this stuff, but also, you know, we're trying to look out for the employee on that stuff in case, you know, something was done wrong, but because I didn't know what the content was, I couldn't cite a rule violation.
Well, in your experience as a fire officer and now a fire chief, isn't it kind of hard to govern a subordinate if you do not tell them what they did wrong?
In situations, it can be, yeah, I would think so. Again, in that situation, it wasn't a matter that I knew she had done something wrong. On there, because I don't know what the content was. If the content was something inflammatory, or something that was a threat, or then we would have to take different steps as opposed to, you know, something that was what she posted or something that, yeah, I just looked like this guy and that person took offense to it. We find out later that there was nothing to it. And so, you know, at that point, I would have been premature for me to actually start down the road of discipline or anything else like that when I didn't know all the information.
Well,
What we're trying to do is tell her that, hey, if you got something on your phone that someone can be offended by or whatever, you know, then, you know, take a look at it and take it off, please, you know, so.
I understand, Chief, but don't you think that that's a little vague?
Not under the circumstances.
Don't you think, okay, you don't think it's vague to say, hey, you may or may not have something offensive on your phone. If you do, take it off.
Right.
Okay. I mean, you think that's crystal clear, huh?
I think it could be subjective, but that's the part where I think that, you know, when you say that, hey, yeah. At the same time, you know, I think the rules are going to be common sense within our department and so forth. Of what could hurt another person, or explain issues or offend someone, are usually pretty straightforward on a lot of that stuff. And I think on that end, even though I didn't know it at the time of what the content was, after I saw or heard about what the content was, I thought that would have been very helpful.
Chief, what is usually the first thing that happens when you were a chief in the San Antonio Fire Department? Anytime there was a complaint about a firefighter or an incident involving a firefighter, what is typically the very first thing that you or another chief would require that firefighter to do?
Well, I go out and investigate, talk to the person first, to find out what happened. If there was something that was to it, that merited documentation, then I would ask them, okay, please write me a letter
Nope.
Tell me what exactly happened.
There you go. That's what I was looking for. Write a letter. Isn't that what you guys tell all these firefighters?
For what?
For whatever. Whenever you are doing an investigation, you typically ask for a statement from the firefighter. Would you agree with that?
None of the time. No. When you go in there and you talk to the person first, you know, you're finding out facts first. And then if it's warranted, then you have the person write the letter. If I had to make everyone write a letter for every single thing, that'd be the only thing I would do on this fire safety committee. My job as fire safety commander is to try to solve the problems, at least in my opinion, is to solve the problems at the lowest possible level that I can. And so if I can do that without them writing a letter or doing any of that, then that's what I want to try to do. But if it's something that could be bring reproaches on the department, or it's something that is clearly against the rules and regs, you know, or I must act upon, now I have them by the way.
You just testified you like to handle things if you can at the lowest level possible. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I just said that.
You did. So wouldn't it have made sense to tell her exactly what was wrong so she could address it at the lowest level? And that was not done, correct?
I did not have the information for that, so yes, I mean, I did not have it, so when I talked to her at the time, didn't know what the nature of it was. And just told her, hey, if you have something that's on that, I mean, it's pretty good.
But somebody knew what it was, correct? The fire department knew what the post was by that time. You think, you don't know. Because you didn't
I
know.
don't know, I didn't know at the time, because I wasn't told, so I could guess what they knew. I think you have to ask, chief front of the hat or someone else.
You remember,
Yeah, we'll go with the plan.
do you remember? Okay, I'm sorry, Chief. Go ahead and finish.
No, I was just saying that, like, if Andrew asked me to go over there and do that I don't know what the complaint told him, or what information he knew, or who knew what. So,
Did you ask him though, before you went? Did you say, Chief, what is this about?
he said it was a social media text that or post that basically what got set to people. And he loved it.
No subject matter whatsoever. You were flying blind.
Yes. You will over,
Absolutely.
outside, so stuff. Sorry about that.
That's all right, sir. Are you ready? Okay. Do you recollect offhand, or actually, do you have the post in front of you? The post with the former president? No. Do you recollect what her response was in that? You don't? But you testified that she was comparing the former president to a monkey,
Yes, that's what I was told it was gonna be.
but you didn't see it?
No, no. Since then, yes, I've seen it.
Okay. Here's what she wrote, Chief. Here's what she wrote, and I want you to confirm or deny if that's your memory. She typed, "Is it wrong of me to say that he looks like a monkey? I'm just saying." Does that sound familiar?
That does sound familiar, yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree that she's not actually comparing the president to a monkey. She's asking if it's wrong to say he looks like one. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that question again. One more time.
You would agree that she's not comparing the former president to a monkey. She's asking a rhetorical question if it is wrong of her to say that he looks like a monkey. Would you agree with that?
Trying to think my way through this right now, Tom, because right now, when I hear you tell me that like that, I see how you can say that it wasn't a comparison. Every time I talk with, when you put the pictures side by side, and then you put the that question at the bottom, it came off like a comparison.
Chief, I'm not making a point that it's not bad. I'm not lessening the sting of what was done. I'm making a different type of point. You have been testifying that she compared the president to a monkey. Would it surprise you if other witnesses have also been testifying to the same exact thing?
Yes, they probably would.
Okay, but my point is, that isn't actually what happened. That's what you all think happened.
I would agree with that.
Okay, now, if you take action based upon what you think happened, well, you might actually make mistakes in that action. Wouldn't you agree?
I think the content, I think that we're talking about right now, how you take some of those things, yeah, actually how you take it either way, it's subjective.
It is, Chief. Subjective is the word I'm going for. So isn't that all the more reason to do as thorough a possible investigation on these type of cases as a department head can? Would you agree with that as a department head?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And if you had evidence that could, well, now granted, albeit, I agree that most folks would think there could possibly be some racial connotations there. But you would also agree that someone could say, well, maybe she didn't mean it that way. Would you agree with that?
I can see absolutely.
Yeah.
I can see it both ways, is what I'm saying on that.
Well, thank you, Chief. I think that's great. I think the firefighters of Bryan appreciate that. Okay, Chief, you testified that in response to a city's line of questioning that everyday firefighters knew. Who reported it to you, sir?
Who reported it to me?
Sure, yeah, you mentioned that firefighters talked to you about it. Who were they?
And talk to, and let's say, there were people at, I want to say like Fire Station 11, Fire Station 8, Fire Station 23, Fire Station 27, WC meeting. I'm really trying to pick out the instances, Tom. There were more than that. It was around, or that she was in so, fine.
Okay, Chief. You agree that this is definitely a sensitive item type of case, correct? And you also agree that it was probably fairly reasonable to think that you all were going to be sitting in this room with me and Lauren at some point in the future. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, in anticipation of that, wouldn't it have been prudent to make notes of these people making these reports to you, Chief?
And man, yeah, to be perfectly honest, when you put it that way, I will tell you that my mind doesn't work within a courtroom. It's about trying to manage a ship. And that involves trust, and that involves trying to gain trust from everyone. I think that if I went in there and started documenting everything about what everyone said, I would never say anything to me. And so that's a part where you have to be able to have some conversations with, without having to document a lot of the different things that are going on. And I will tell you that it did not cross my mind to start documenting people's names as they started to bring things up. I don't think I'd ever get anyone to talk to me or get the honest feedback if I ever did that.
Nobody sent you any requests for clarification in writing or any type of emails about this?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever heard the statement that if it isn't in writing, it didn't happen?
Yes.
They say that quite a bit in the department, don't they?
Some people do. I don't.
You testified that it caused harm to the department. Could you be more specific?
It did cause the department, and I think it caused some racial tension within the department.
Do you have specific examples?
The one specific example that would give would be the video that the San Antonio Fire Department did about how they felt about the racial tension or the posts. Because we had a bunch of people that were on that road that basically told how they felt about it.
That was what the administration did, sir.
Yes, sir, we did.
Y'all did that. That was after the fact too, wasn't it? Now, you agree with me that you're outlining that as harm, but y'all are the ones that did it.
I'm not saying that it was wrong. I think it was out to educate people. And that's the key word for addressing. And, hey, we have the message on that. Basically, hey, you have to be tolerant, we have respect everyone, no matter what their position or anything else on that. And so that was definitely the intent of that. I think, my opinion of that is that the video, straight up. And so, if anything, when I look at it, it was something that, I think that if I was upset about it, it would have made me feel better that it worked with the administration, look at this straight up, trying to do it.
But to your knowledge, no firefighters came forward before this or without administrative prompting and made their own videos about the harm it caused them, correct? So it was command-sponsored damages. Would you agree with that statement?
I don't know what you mean by that.
That means that the chief's office made the video to attempt to show, or at least give an outlet to folks who felt like they wanted to convey their thoughts.
I think the video was meant to basically say, hey, you know what, we need to be tolerant of each other, we need to accept each other, no matter what color you are. Or anything else. It was about racial diversity.
Sure. Okay. Nothing further.
Chief, I just have a few follow-up questions and I'll get you out of here as soon as I can. I know you don't have the post in front of you, so I'm going to describe it to you because I'm looking at it. First, someone posts a picture of President Obama, of his face, and makes a comment, and then there's a comment underneath that. Underneath that is the post from Ms. Bennett that says, "Is it wrong of me to say that he looks like a monkey," in all caps? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I'm just saying, dot, 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 dot. I think there's 4 dots. And then underneath that is the picture she posted of a monkey. When you saw this and saw the question that she asked, "Is it wrong of me to say he looks like a monkey?" and saw the 2 photographs, did your eyes immediately travel up to the photograph looking at the president?
Yeah, I did.
So did you in fact look to see if there is a comparator in his looks?
I guess I did.
It's pretty a normal response when you ask a question of, does these people look alike?
Yeah, I guess so.
And we talked a little bit about racial tensions in America. George Floyd wasn't the first African-American that death was a result of police action. Is that correct?
I'm assuming so. I'm not an expert on that.
And just based on what you know, if you don't know, that's okay too. But prior,
From what I read on the news, and seen on the news, no, it's not the first one.
the tensions in America were, would you agree with me, were already building prior to George Floyd?
I believe so, yes.
And prior to Ms. Bennett receiving her indefinite suspension and basically being terminated from the department, is it your position that firefighters throughout the San Antonio Fire Department were already aware of the post prior to her indefinite suspension?
I would probably agree with that, yeah. There are a lot of people that know about it.
Nothing further.
I have no questions.
Chief, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to testify with us today. And Mr. Arbitrator, may he be released?
Surely.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thanks, guys. Take care.
Mr. Arbitrator, the city just has the redirect of Chief Hood, which we've already agreed will happen in the morning. So if we'd like to proceed with Mr. Caldwell's case in chief?
What was that last statement, Council?
If we'd like to proceed with Mr. Caldwell's case in chief?
Can I take a 5-minute break? Absolutely. Okay. And our first witness is going to
you stand? Stand.
He's been sworn, sir.
Wait,
Right.
you were here before?
She just swore him right
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice that. I'm really sorry.
She just swore him in. Are we ready, everyone? Sir, could you state your name for the record?
Anthony Deason,
And what rank are you with the San Antonio Fire Department?
Battalion Chief.
How long have you been with the department, sir?
Was hired in 2003, March 3rd, 2003.
How long have you been a battalion chief?
I believe, actually, I think it's coming up on 3 years.
Coming up on 3 years. All right. Would you do me a favor? There are two binders there. The one that is on your right hand, you do not have to worry about, but that one right there, tab 5. Would you open that up? To tab 5.
Okay.
Can you identify that document?
Looks like a post by one of my former employees.
Have you seen that post before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you remember how you came to be aware of that post?
I was contacted by the acting shift commander, notifying me that one of my employees had a post that was circulating, and he actually forwarded me a copy of the post.
Do you remember when that was, sir?
Yeah, can I refer to my notes?
Absolutely.
October 25th, 2018 was the first time that I became aware of it.
Say that again, sir.
October 25th, 2018?
2018?
Yes.
Okay, and when you were made aware of it, what was the information that was passed on to you by the shift commander?
That they had become aware of a post, someone had brought it to their attention, and that, may I state the employee's name?
Absolutely, sir.
That Rudy Duran had posted something that they felt was inappropriate and that I should address it with him.
Okay, so you were directed as the battalion chief in the battalion that Mr. Duran worked in to go speak with him about this?
Correct.
Were you given any kind of guidance on telling him to clean up his social media?
I don't believe there was exact guidance given. They just made me aware of it and asked me if I would go address it with him.
And subsequent, did you go meet with Engineer Duran?
That evening,
You did. And did Engineer Duran admit that he had wrote the post?
yes.
Okay. Now, when you read that post, does that post appear to be racist in nature?
I believe so.
Racist about who? Against which class of, or which race of folks?
White people.
White people? It states, white people are the real racist, comma, evil parasites of the world. Daily, the whites prove their worth. You know they were created by Satan. Did Rudy at that time offer any type of, to use a word I've heard today, contrition?
Can you define that word? I'm not.
Did he appear apologetic or remorseful?
I don't believe he was apologetic. I believe he was more interested in explaining the meaning of the post. He tried to, he had asked me if I had seen the cartoon in which it was a reference to, and I told him I had not. I told him that taking in the context that it was given to me, it was inappropriate. And I offered to him that I thought he should remove it. I told him it was not an order, but that I thought in his best interest, it would be to remove the post. And upon leaving our meeting, he agreed.
Okay. Would you consider that as a battalion chief, would you consider that an informal verbal counseling?
I handled it as an informal discussion, yes.
Okay. And which level of the progressive discipline matrix that the department uses is that?
Very first step.
It's the very first step. Which is the final step?
Leading up to termination,
So indefinite suspension, firing is that final step.
yes,
Informal counseling would be the first step.
correct.
And did you pass on to your shift commander any information about the meeting?
My recollection was that I had made a call to the acting shift commander just to let him know the results of our meeting.
And after that, nothing else came of that in 2018?
Not in 2018, no,
No? What about in 2019?
no.
Okay, when is the next time this post reared its head?
August 30th, 2020.
Now, I believe that would have been after Miss Bennett was terminated from the department, correct?
I don't know the date she was terminated.
She was terminated on June the 11th,
Then yes,
2020. How did you learn of it then?
a battalion chief from another shift contacted me and asked me if I knew about a post that was floating around the fire department from Mr. Duran.
So this post was circulating out there and firefighters had saw it.
According to this battalion chief, yeah.
Did you, in your district, were you aware of some firefighters that knew of this post?
I'm not aware of anyone else that knew about it in
No.
the district, other than maybe the firefighters at that station
At number 22s?
at 22s.
Did you ever hear if some firefighters were pretty angry about Rudy Duran not getting fired when Lauren Bennett did get fired?
I never heard anyone directly say to me that they were upset that Rudy didn't. As far as I knew, I didn't believe that Rudy's post gained much circulation out in the fire department.
But the internet goes a lot of places, don't it? Do you happen to know if any discipline was given to Mr. Duran after this, after you learned of it the second time?
When the second occurrence was brought to my attention, I did not know at that time that it was the same post that they were referring to. When it was brought to my attention, I contacted Chief Juy, who was my boss at that time, and we met at Fire Station 22 to meet with Rudy Duran. During that meeting, Chief Juy asked Rudy Duran for a letter.
Hold on. He asked him to write a letter?
He asked him to write a letter at that time.
Is that usual? Is that pretty a commonplace occurrence for you as a chief or him to ask a firefighter to write a letter, give a statement?
I've never experienced that before, but I don't know if that's common occurrence or not. I mean, it was an opportunity for him to explain the post in question.
Okay, and he wrote this letter.
He wrote the letter.
And then what happened?
If memory serves, Rudy was asked to go home that shift and told to report to the administrative chief the next morning. If memory serves, we contacted the ARF coordinator to ensure that there was coverage for the crash truck for the remainder of that shift. And then as far as I know, I don't know what happened with Rudy after that. I do know that he eventually retired. But I don't know if he reported to the administrative chief at that point the next morning or not.
And when would that have been, Chief, if you remember approximately? When was that shift that you met with him and that he was relieved of duty?
I believe that to be August 30th. That's the date on my notes.
Okay. All right, sir. How long had you worked with Rudy?
When I was promoted in the summer, and I'll be honest with you, I'm bad at dates, but I was promoted in the summer, the fall transfer list came out, and that's when I was assigned to 2-0. So whether it was 2 summers or 3 summers ago, I'm not 100% sure, but I have been assigned to Battalion 2 since being promoted in the fall of that year, and have worked with Rudy the entire time. Now, I do have to say that I'm not sure that I would actually consider Rudy one of my employees because of the way aviation works. He was assigned in my district, but to be honest with you, I don't really know who his direct supervisor was because he was an aviation employee in
Okay.
my district.
You're right, Chief, and that's a nuance that I don't believe aids the hearing examiner. I'll ask you another question.
Okay.
Did you, as the battalion chief in the 2-0 section, BC2, did you ever have any issues with Rudy?
Not before, not after, no.
Okay. Did any firefighters ever make any complaints to you about Rudy?
There were, yes, there was some issues in that station with Rudy. Would have been after the post, the original post.
Do you think the post contributed to those issues? Just,
I don't think so.
what was the nature of the issues, if you don't mind me asking?
From what I recall, he had, I'm searching for the term, he had told on the firefighters at that station, they would working out without masks during COVID. And I was on vacation at the time, but when I returned, I was notified that the firefighters at that station were asked to write letters about whether or not they were complying with the face mask mandate that was in place at that time.
So the firefighters, the entire station of firefighters was asked to write letters?
Yes,
Okay. Have you ever worked with Lauren Bennick?
at least one shift that I can recall.
Okay, do you recollect anything about that shift?
Yeah,
Was she working, were you working at her station or was she working at yours?
she had traded time with one of my firefighters, Thaddeus Anwar.
Mr. Anwar is African-American,
Yes, he is.
so she had traded time with an African-American firefighter?
That's correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that Miss Bennick is racist?
I do not, other than, I mean, I worked with her one time and I'm aware of a particular post that that I don't agree with, but I don't know her well enough to pass judgment.
All right, sir. Nothing further.
Hi, Chief. My name is Rosa. I'm an attorney for the city. We haven't spoken before today, have we?
No, we have not.
I'm going to ask you some questions, kind of following up what Mr. Caldwell asked and some of my own probably as well.
Okay.
When you became aware originally of the post that Mr. Duran made, you went out and spoke to him, correct?
That's correct.
Did you have him write a letter at that moment?
No, I did not.
Not all interactions with firefighters result in a letter being written, do they?
That's correct.
Do you recall how long you were in the role as battalion chief at the time you spoke with Mr. Duran?
I believe according to a letter that I wrote in 2020 that I had written that I was a 4-month battalion chief at that time.
Pretty new to the position.
Very new.
And you just referenced that you wrote a letter. Is that a memo to Chief Estrada and Chief Juicy dated August 30th, 2020?
Correct.
When you wrote this letter, where did you base the information on anything?
I'm not sure I understand.
It's a poorly worded question. I have a copy of that letter.
Okay.
And if I understand it correctly, you based your, I'm gonna call it a memo, your memo on notes that were drafted on the night of August 25th, 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So everything contained within the memo dated August 30th of 2020 came from notes that you had documented back in 2018.
Basically, I started a paragraph explaining why I was writing the letter. Then I basically copy and pasted my personal notes from the discussion that I had with Rudy on the night of October 25th. And then I ended that memo with a paragraph explaining how I would handle that situation differently.
You said you would handle that situation differently today.
Correct.
What would you do differently?
I would have, at that time, we had a shift commander that was nearing the end of his career, and he was not available. He was off, and we had a battalion chief acting as a shift commander. But given what I know today, these are these types of behaviors are something that needs to be handled above my pay grade.
You would have forwarded the situation to a higher rank and to senior command staff.
That's correct.
Senior command staff that it would include Chief Meade, Chief Hood, Chief Estrada.
That's correct, through my chain.
So in 2018, when you first became aware of Rudy Duran's post, you did not forward that up to senior command staff.
It was brought to my attention from an acting shift commander, and I told him that I had handled it, and I didn't, at that point, I don't think either of us felt like it needed to go higher.
So you have nothing to dispute if Chief Meade were to testify that he wasn't aware of this post in 2018. You have nothing to dispute that.
I don't think he would have any reason to know it was existed until August 30th of 2020.
2020, okay. And same with Chief Hood. You have nothing to dispute that Chief Hood knew about this in 2018.
He would have no reason to know about it other than August 2020.
When command staff, senior command staff became aware of this in 2020, they took actions to speak with Mr. Duran, didn't they?
Immediately.
And I think you testified that you're not aware of what the outcome of that was, correct?
I know that Rudy retired, but I don't know what happened from the time that we went and met with him and he was sent home that shift. From that point on, I don't know what happened with Rudy other than I know he retired.
So he's ultimately no longer with the department.
That's correct.
And do you know when he left the department, was that at or near the time of when command staff became aware of this post in 2020?
Yes, in fact, when Chief Juicy and I met with him on August 30th, he asked if he should retire. And Chief Juicy told him, we just need a letter to understand what the post was about, and gave him the opportunity to explain that to him.
If you would grab that large binder there in front of you.
Okay.
Now, you mentioned that you have worked with Ms. Bennett at least one shift. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know her personally?
No, I do not.
How did you become aware of why she's being disciplined today? Or why we're here today and as it relates to her discipline?
We call it the grapevine in the fire department, but that's the rumor mill. And I had heard about an alleged post that she had made, and I had heard the ultimate result of that post, and that was kind of the last I'd heard of it up until contacted via email by the city to appear for this.
Okay. When you say you heard it through the rumor mill, was that before or after Ms. Bieniek was issued an indefinite suspension in June of 2020?
I don't know the timeline. I felt like I was aware of the post fairly soon after it was posted, and but I don't know
The exact dates?
the exact times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you informed of the post by senior command staff?
No,
You heard about it through other firefighters in the field.
firefighters, yes.
Have you seen the post?
No, I have not seen the post. I have heard the contents of the post.
In that large binder, if you will turn to tab 3 for me.
Okay.
This is the post, this is the initial post we're here to talk about for Ms. Bennett.
Okay.
Does this comport with what you heard was contained within the post?
Yes, and actually, I don't know where I've seen this, but I have seen this before.
Yeah.
Whether it was from the firefighters telling me about it or what, I have seen this.
When you look at this post, do you find it offensive?
I would say so, yes.
Think it is racially motivated?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that this post came at a time in our country in 2020 where it was racially charged with tension?
I don't know if I can comment on the intent, but it was definitely poor timing.
Would you make a post such as this?
No,
Why not?
I tend to keep my feelings to myself. It's not worth it to post anything on social media. And two is, this is not something that I believe. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's appropriate. And so I wouldn't post it even if my job didn't depend on it.
When you say it's not what you believe, what do you mean by that?
The wording that she used and the term monkey, that's, to me, is a slap in the face to the African Americans. And I mean, I just I don't see the point.
Sir, would you agree with me that a post such as this made by Ms. Bennett violates the San Antonio Fire Department rules and regulations?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that it creates negative image or damages the reputation of the San Antonio Fire Department?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that a post such as this is contrary to good conduct and behavior?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that it's an inappropriate and offensive behavior to post something such as this?
I believe so.
And do you think a post such as this could in fact undermine the effectiveness of the San Antonio Fire Department?
Yes.
Do you think it affected the public confidence in the San Antonio Fire Department?
I don't know if it did or not, but if it became widely distributed to the public, I could see how it could, yes.
Do you think it's damaging to relationships within the San Antonio Fire Department?
Absolutely.
Were you aware that after Ms. Bennett posted this picture of a monkey, that she was advised to remove anything offensive from her social media?
No, I was not.
Were you aware that she received an indefinite suspension because of this post that was ultimately rescinded?
The suspension was rescinded?
As it relates to the picture of the monkey in the
I-
comment?
Can you say the whole question again? I'm sorry.
Of course. Were you aware that initially Ms. Bennett received a notice of proposed indefinite suspension as it pertains to this particular post only?
I was aware that she had been proposed an indefinite, but I was not aware if it was solely because of this post.
Okay. Were you aware that subsequently to the I know you weren't aware of the conversation, so let me rephrase. Were you aware that subsequent to this post of the monkey, that Ms. Bennett then made a second post?
I don't believe I'm aware of a second post.
Okay. Let me go ahead and I think it's up there right in front of you. It's that one. Yes, it's marked Grievant
11?
11. Thank you.
I'm going to object if she asks him any questions about a post he just testified he's not aware of.
What was your question?
I asked if he was aware that she made a secondary post.
And his answer?
He answered no, he was not aware of the secondary post.
So she's trying to remind me.
He said he was not aware of a second post and he had not seen it. So he has no firsthand knowledge. So any testimony he's offering is after the fact.
Let's see if he recollects.
I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Arbitrator, and I think
Let's see if he recollects it. That's what you're trying to do, right?
well, I'm trying to establish that as a member of the San Antonio Fire Department, that information did in fact damage the reputation and violate the rules as we're here to discuss today. Mr. Caldwell called Chief Deason to get his opinion about Ms. Bienick and got that on the record. Now he's opened that door for me to then ask his opinion on these things.
Okay, let's
Okay,
hear it.
thank you. Chief, before I get started, were you aware that Ms. Bienick posted a secondary post?
No, I was not.
Okay. And that, the document you have in front of me has been entered as Grievant 11. take a look at that for me and let me know when you've had an opportunity to review it.
Okay,
All right. Now you can see at the top there, it has Ms. Bennick's name, a picture of her face. And then underneath that is a post that states, quote, Google says I can hit the gas and plow through them, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
Now that you've had an opportunity to review this post, do you find this post to be appropriate?
appropriate. I would say no.
And underneath Ms. Bennick's comment, it looks like she has posted, I don't know if post is the right word. I'm not very familiar with social media, but she has included information from someone named John Savilo, his comment, and then a picture. Do you see that?
Yes,
Do you think threatening to hit the gas and plow through them as it refers to protesters is appropriate for a San Antonio Fire Department member?
no,
Do you think a post such as this creates a negative public image for the fire department?
yes,
Do you think that it could in fact undermine the effectiveness of the department?
yes,
Do you think it could affect public confidence in the department?
yes,
Do you think it could damage the reputation of the department?
yes,
Do you think it violates good conduct and behavior that we expect members to follow?
yes.
Pass the witness. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief, she just went down the laundry list of rule violations. Ms. Bennick was alleged against Ms. Bennick. She did that for this post. She did it for the previous post. Every time she asked you, you answered in the affirmative, yes. That is your opinion, correct?
That is,
You do not make decisions about discipline.
no,
You do not make decisions about the interpretation of rules and regs to conduct either, do you?
well, I have to recognize it. in order to-
Disciplinary decisions.
No,
Okay, now look at that post.
the G11,
That's fine, either one. Does anything in that post convey to the public seeing that she's a San Antonio firefighter?
from the information I have here, no.
If the public saw that, who would they think that was?
Lauren Bianca Calista.
Okay, look at the picture of her. It's a real small one. Is she in uniform?
It's a facial picture only.
That's it. Is there any way for you, if you didn't know who that was, to ascertain that that is a city employee?
Not from the information that's provided here, no.
Okay, the other picture as well, the other post that you were referencing earlier. Is it right there?
Yeah.
Okay, take a look at that one. Is there anything on that that conveys?
Not that I see, no.
No. So ultimately, it's not quite clear, is it?
Not from the information provided, no.
Okay. Now, if you heard another firefighter had made culturally or racially insensitive posts, no matter the rank, even a chief, what do you think the proper punishment for it is?
I think it depends on the circumstances and the content. Like you said, I don't make those decisions, so
But your answer is it depends.
My personal opinion is it would depend on the post.
It's not quite clear. She asked you if you were aware if Vance Mead was aware of Duran's post, and you said, she asked it in a very interesting way. And you said that you couldn't see there was any reason that he would be. I believe that was your answer. I'm not exactly sure. She asked you that.
That's a good summation.
Yeah, something like that. You don't know if he did or not, though, do you?
Nope.
You don't. You don't know what happened when the shift commander, you don't know how the shift commander got that information, do you?
No, I do not.
And you don't know what he did with the information after you told him about your counseling session either, do you?
No, I do not.
So it might have went all the way up the chain for all you know.
Could have.
Can't rule that out, right?
Correct.
And you said that you would do something different. You did what you were told to do, didn't you?
At that time, yes.
Okay. Were you counseled or did you get in trouble in August of 2020 when they found out about your previous counseling?
I was asked to write a letter explaining the handling of the situation from 2018, and that's what you have a copy of.
So that is why you now think differently about how you would handle this matter?
In reviewing the policy, that's what I should have done is the policy that I have a copy of says that I should have taken it up my chain of command. And that's what I would have,
Okay.
made sure that.
Well, I appreciate your humility, but it came from higher in the chain of command to you, didn't it? It came from your shift commander down to you.
It came from an acting shift commander. Yes, that's correct.
And then you did what you were told and passed it back up.
Correct.
So it sounds like to me, chief, you complied with what you were supposed to. Okay, nothing further.
Okay.
Chief, how familiar are you with Facebook?
I have an account.
Okay. Look at tab 3 for me.
Okay.
Okay. When you post something like this and your little picture pops up next to your name, can you click on that name to go to their profile? Yes?
Oh, yes.
Okay. It's not hard to just click that little button, is it?
No.
And anybody who knew Miss Bennick would know in theory that could know, let's rephrase, could know that she's a San Antonio Fire Department employee.
Depending on what she has on her information, yes.
And if you will turn to tab 2 for me. This was pulled from Miss Bennick's profile on her Facebook. Can you look in that picture and tell me who she works for?
She's a firefighter standing in front of a truck that belongs to the San Antonio Fire Department. Her patch appears to also say San Antonio Fire Department on there.
And identifies herself as a first responder.
Correct.
You'll flip to this next page of that same tab. Here we have another post with Miss Bennick in that picture. Do you see that?
Yes.
She wearing a firefighter's uniform there as well?
Yes, she is.
When you post something on social media, you're sharing it with others. Would you agree with me?
Correct.
And if I share something, if I post something and you see it and you share it, you then share it with others as well.
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the photographs contained within tab 2 there clearly show Miss Bennick affiliated with the San Antonio Fire Department.
Yes, it does.
Anything she posts then could in fact be linked back to the San Antonio Fire Department.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
I have no questions.
Thank you, Chief. Can he be excused?
Sure. Thank you.
Can we take a quick break, sir, while I go get the other witness? Yes. Thanks, Chief.
You didn't swear me, did you? Stan?
Chief, thanks for coming. Could you do me a favor and state your name?
My name is Brian McInery.
You're going to need to keep the microphone a little bit close to you, Chief, because the court reporter is listening and so is Mr. Basedale.
Okay,
Apologize, sir. What rank are you with the fire department, sir?
I'm a district chief.
Is that the same as a battalion chief?
Yes, it is.
How long have you been with the department, sir?
36 years,
How long have you been a battalion/district chief?
9 years.
9. Are you aware of Lauren Bennick's case?
Yes,
Are you aware that she made some posts that were racially insensitive?
I've seen the post, yes,
You have.
yes.
What is your personal opinion on the post?
I really have no opinion on the post. They didn't offend me.
But you could see how it would offend some people.
Oh, I can see where it would offend others, yes.
Totally. After the post came out, which would have been May, June of 2020. It was also concurrent with the issues after the George Floyd incident. Did you have any issues in your district or with any firefighters under your supervision?
No, I did have guys ask me what was happening with it, with Lauren's case.
Mhm.
And I told them I didn't know. I would forward it up. We had a Zoom meeting talking about COVID.
Mhm.
And at the end, they asked if we had any questions. And I told them that I did have a question that guys were asking about the Lauren Bennick situation. And so I did forward it up by asking it on the Zoom meeting.
Did you receive any reports from firefighters about that they felt unsafe
No,
or that they felt that they were in a racial situation? There was any racial issues with among firemen of different races or backgrounds
I never heard anything like that.
in your district or any other?
No, I didn't hear it, period. I didn't hear it from anybody.
You've been a chief since what year?
October of 2011.
October of 2011. Have you ever had any, have you ever filed any type of complaints against members of the San Antonio Fire Department?
Yes, I have.
How many or who?
I filed a complaint against Chief Hood in 2011 with the EEOC.
Okay, what was the basis of that, sir?
We had a meeting where the MIH program was being introduced.
Was this in 2011?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm not sure of the month. I want to say April.
I'd like to object to relevance on what this complaint has to do with this
Don't know where
arbitration.
don't know where he's going. Where is he going?
That's
You
a
know
good
what he's
question.
going.
I would
You must-
appreciate,
You're the one questioning.
yeah, I haven't gotten to it yet, but I'd like to show the witness a document that may refresh his memory, if you don't mind.
Let's see if he knows or remembers.
Take a look at that, chief, and whenever you're ready, let me know.
Okay, I do remember this. Yeah,
All right, you recognize that document?
yes.
The top page is a letter from the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that letter is addressed to Brian McInery,
Yes.
and that's you.
Yes, sir.
Is this a letter you received from the EEOC?
Yes, sir.
And the page behind it, it's 2 pages of a handwriting. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my complaint to the EEOC,
Now, this complaint is about who?
Chief Hood.
And what is the basis of this complaint?
We had a meeting to introduce the MIH program.
What is that? I don't even know.
It's Mobile Integrated Health.
Mhm.
The EMS system is overwhelmed by calls that could be better handled elsewhere. But a lot of times the people calling, they don't have the resources. For instance, they need just a ride to the doctor, or they need a ride to the pharmacy. So MIH was designed to get those people a ride to the pharmacy rather than having to use the 911 system to get a ride. And Chief Hood was introducing that. Okay, during the meeting, he gave an example. He said, when I was in Phoenix, these Native Americans would get drunk and fall down, hit their heads, and EMS would have to respond to this. So he said, I took it upon myself to buy them a bucket of chicken, and it would stabilize their blood sugar, and they would go behind the stop and go and drink, but they wouldn't fall down and hurt themselves. He said, after all, they're Native Americans. They're not going to quit drinking.
That was his statement, and you took offense to that, sir?
Yes,
You felt that that was culturally insensitive to Native Americans?
yes,
Are you Native American?
yes,
Okay. And that is why you filed an EEOC complaint against the fire chief
yes,
for making culturally, I guess, well, a Native American will be a protected class.
yes,
And you, the fire chief stated something that you felt was racially or culturally or racially insensitive, correct?
yes, sir.
What, do you remember who was at this meeting?
We didn't have a police chief at the time. Chief McManus had gone to CPS. So Anthony Trevino was the police chief, acting police chief. He was there. Eric Walsh, the now city manager, was there. He was an assistant city manager.
The city manager of San Antonio was actually at this meeting,
Yes,
but at that time he was the assistant who was in charge of the fire department.
yes, sir.
Okay, so he was there, and Chief Trevino, and who else?
There was a guy, I remember my driver was there. Neil Mead was there, and Ken Campbell were there. I remember they were there because Chief Hood referred to them as vanilla milk duds because they have bald heads. And I mentioned that in my complaint to the EEOC. That's why I remember those two specifically.
Vanilla milk duds. What do you think what was the context of that statement?
I guess most milk duds are black or brown, and they look more like white milk duds because they had bald heads.
Did you take that to mean that he was referring to their race?
I did, yes.
And what was the response to that when he said it in the room?
Everybody laughed.
What was the response in the room when he made the statements about Native Americans not going to quit drinking?
I remember a few people kind of giggled about that.
Yeah, but
Just a few. It wasn't like a rollicking laugh through the crowd.
in your mind, it was racially, it was basically racially and culturally insensitive.
Yes,
And it was directed at a group of people
yes,
that, historically have a, urban myth, if you will, or a stereotype of not drinking well and being prone to alcoholism
yes, sir.
disproportionately. And that's how you took it?
That's how I took it.
Okay. And the vanilla milk duds comment, you don't really recollect how he referred to them?
I really can't remember. I thought to myself, I can't believe this guy's the fire chief and he's going to say things like this.
Okay. Now, you made this complaint to the EEOC. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened?
I had a phone interview with Mr. Price. Mr. Price asked me what happened. I talked to him. And then I really can't speak to how much time passed. Some time passed, and he sent me this letter.
Okay, the letter on the first page of it that's not handwritten?
Yes.
And what is that letter basically, what did that letter inform you of?
The letter said that because I didn't tell Chief Hood I found his comments offensive, that I really didn't have a claim.
Okay. But doesn't the letter reference that it's also going to be forwarded to the city of San Antonio?
Yes.
Who does it say they're going to forward it to?
Okay, Mr. Price says at the end, I made telephone contact with the Assistant City Attorney's Office, who informed me they know exactly who to call about the comments. And I also forwarded your letter to my supervisor for inclusion in your EEOC case file, which has already been submitted to my supervisor for final review and decision. The city is also aware you knew about your rights to file a new charge against them on this issue. I trust this information is helpful to you. I'm sorry, I need more powerful glasses.
Were you ever contacted by anyone from the city of San Antonio
No,
about this?
no, sir.
To date, are you aware if Charles Hood has actually been admonished or disciplined for these comments that he made?
Not that I know of.
Okay, now, did the incident occur on or around September the 3rd, 2014? The incident, the meeting itself?
Okay, yeah, I said 11.
Yeah.
No, the meeting did take place in 14.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I
Now,
can't
did-
remember the exact date, but
Okay, at this time, I want to offer those 3 pages of documents at grievance 13.
Be specific so we keep a good record here.
Grievance 13,
What documents?
the documents in your hand, sir.
All three.
The 3 pages, his statement he sent to the EOC and their response to his statement.
The city would object on the grounds of relevance. It's no bearing on this case.
Okay, so
Accepted?
it's admitted into evidence?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Chief, you never heard back from anybody about this, correct?
no, sir, I never heard from anyone.
Now, as a Native American, did it anger you that the chief would fire her for statements that were racially insensitive when he had never been punished himself?
It did bother me. In my mind, it just went outside the rules of just common fairness.
Earlier with the chief, we discussed an issue involving a photograph of the chief in front of a woman with sushi. You reported that as well, didn't you?
Yes, yes, sir.
You were the internal complainant on that case.
Yes, sir.
And what happened?
I understand Chief Hood was given a letter of reprimand.
No, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh.
But isn't it true that when you made that complaint internally, that they didn't forward it up the chain of
Oh,
command?
that is true.
And it wasn't forwarded to the city manager's office either?
That is correct.
And they investigated, there was an outside attorney who was brought in, correct?
Okay, my recollection is I complained and nothing happened. It was stopped. Somehow the media got a hold of it. And everyone's opinion was I was the person that gave it to the media. I was called into a private attorney's office. They asked me if I gave it to the media, and I told them no, that that's a fireable offense and I would never do that. She told me at that time an investigation was going to happen about the sushi incident. That was the first, I had no idea that it wasn't forwarded up. She's the one that told me it wasn't forwarded up.
Okay, Chief, would you do me a favor and that binder right there to your left? Would you look at tab 9 on that binder?
Okay.
Have you ever seen that document, sir?
I saw this, I found it on the internet. I did see this.
But isn't it true in that document, it references your scenario that you reported this up the chain and it went nowhere?
Yes,
And isn't that one of the things that they outline as being not necessarily misconduct against the chief, but misconduct by the department?
yes.
Pass the witness.
Hi, Chief. My name is Rosa Pfeiffer. I'm an Assistant City Attorney here in San Antonio. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you, ma'am?
I'm good. We've never spoken before, have we?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and sometimes I don't word them correctly or clearly, so you make sure to let me know if you don't understand, all right?
I will.
If you answer, I'm going to assume that you understood what I asked. Is that
Okay.
fair?
That's fair.
You've been a member of the fire department for 36 years, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And 9 years as a district chief?
Yes, ma'am.
How many complaints have you filed against Chief Hood?
I believe 6.
How many, sir?
6.
Are those all EEOC complaints?
No, there was this complaint wasn't EEOC
Mhm.
until I was given this document that says it wasn't forwarded up. Then I did file with the EEOC.
Okay, so 6 complaints overall across various
Yes, ma'am.
pathways.
Yes, ma'am.
How many lawsuits have you filed against Chief Hood?
All of my lawsuits involved my promotion. And I think it was a total of 3 before I was promoted. Lawsuits before I was promoted.
Do these lawsuits grow out of the 6 complaints? Or
No.
Of these 6 complaints that you made, how many have come back validated?
The biggest one has come back validated about 4 weeks ago.
What was that?
The wellness center complaint. It was 9 years and 50 weeks old.
Do me a favor, use the microphone, chief. I think the hearing examiner's
Oh,
having a little
We
difficulty.
can repeat the answer.
Okay.
And of the lawsuits, none of them have been validated
Excuse me.
either, correct?
Excuse
Yes.
me, I'm trying to get from Pam what the last answer was. I think you're after that too, right?
No, sir, I just was telling him to speak into his microphone to aid you.
The last answer, of the chief. So can you tell me what it was? Yeah. Yeah, I thought you didn't. I didn't get it.
The biggest one has come back validated about 4 weeks ago. Question, what was that? Answer was
The wellness what?
wellness center. It was 9.
The wellness complaint, chief? Explain that.
We have a mandatory wellness program where you have to go in yearly and take a physical.
And what was the subject matter of the?
Okay, I believed that it's illegal to give a forced physical. I complained with the EEOC. They agreed with me. It took 9 years and 50 weeks, but they agreed with me that it is indeed illegal.
Would it surprise you, sir, to know that the city attorney's office does not have record that your complaint was ever validated?
Believe me, nothing would surprise me.
Okay. And you mentioned that there's been 6 complaints and that's the one that's been validated. The other 5 have not, correct?
The others hinge upon me winning that one. They were all filed afterwards and they're all on the same subject matter.
Oh, the same subject matter. Okay. And your 6 lawsuits, are they still pending? Or your 3
Objection, she
lawsuits?
misstated what he testified to.
And I'm going to rephrase. I think it was 3 lawsuits. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And those 3 lawsuits, are they still pending?
no,
What happened to them?
I lost.
In this grievance 13 that we're looking at, your handwritten notes state there were approximately 50 others at the meeting.
Uh,
Can you identify those 50 individuals?
No,
When Mr. Caldwell asked about who was in this meeting, you only identified 3. Where are the names of the other 47?
most of those people I didn't know. The others stuck out in my mind because one was the city manager, one was the acting police chief, which I couldn't believe sat there and listened to it. And the others were the 2 vanilla milk duds.
What were the names of those white officers,
The vanilla milk duds,
if that's what you're calling them?
Ken Campbell and Neil Mead.
Neil Mead?
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier, Mr. Caldwell asked you what your opinion was on the post of Ms. Phoenix that had the monkey referencing President Obama. And you said you had no opinion. Is that correct?
Yes.
You don't find this to be a racial slur?
The reason I don't find it to be a racial slur is I understand politicians have a different set of rules that apply to them as far as libel and slander go.
So as a Native American, you understood what you alleged Chief Hood to say to be a racial slur,
Yes.
correct? And it deeply offended you. That remark deeply offended you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you see then how an African American would be deeply offended by Ms. Bennick's post?
Certainly.
And do you understand the historical context of referring to African American men as monkeys?
Yes.
Do you understand that's a negative connotation
Yes.
that was used to demean African American men?
I thought it was meant to demean all African Americans.
And I will agree with that. Will you, so monkeys being used would, excuse me, the use of identifying monkeys towards African Americans is demeaning. You would agree with me?
Yes.
If Chief Hood had made this comment about Native Americans in reference to a Native American president, would you excuse that behavior?
I believe I would for the same reason.
This meeting that you allege Chief Hood has made these alleged comments, was that an in-person meeting?
Yes, it was at Public Safety Headquarters.
Okay. So in a giant room like this?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
It wasn't on the internet?
If it was, I didn't know.
Okay. Now, Ms. Bennett posted the photograph of the monkey underneath President Obama on social media. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you see this post prior to coming today?
yes.
How did you learn about this post?
Someone showed it to me at the station.
Who was that?
I'm not certain. I believe it was my driver.
Your driver?
Yes, he's a black man,
What's his name?
Kevin Williams.
Can you spell it?
Oh, Kevin, Kevin,
Last name?
Williams.
What rank is Mr. Williams?
He's an engineer.
How did he show you the post? Did he pull up his phone?
I believe he did. He showed me on his phone. And he asked me what was being done about it. I'd heard people talking about it, but I hadn't seen it.
Who'd you hear talking about it?
Different people, different firemen. I couldn't tell you exact names.
Were they at a particular station?
I'm assuming my station, that's pretty much where I stayed during the day.
What station is that?
Oh, Fire Station 38.
38. Do you have a Facebook account?
No,
Do you know how Facebook works?
yes,
You understand that by making a post on someone else's page, that individual can then see their post.
yes,
And anybody friends with the person whose page it is can also see the post.
yes,
And anytime you make a post, your profile page, your Facebook account is linked to that post.
okay.
Are you familiar with that?
Pretty much. I mean, I don't surf Facebook every day.
All right. I believe you testified that you could see how some people could be offended by the post that Ms. Bannock did, correct?
Okay, I have kind of a caveat to that. I do feel that people could definitely be offended by it, some deeply so. But I hear racial things every day that appear to be acceptable. I mean, I turn on the TV and I see one black man calling another black man a nigger, and it seems to be acceptable because everyone in the audience is laughing.
Does that make it okay?
Not in my book.
The only way to create change, would you agree with me? The only way to create change in that culture is to take steps to correct that behavior.
I believe so.
As a member of the San Antonio Fire Department, do you serve African-American communities?
Yes, ma'am.
And since this post was done on social media, it is conceivable that members of the African-American community saw this post.
Yes, ma'am.
It's also conceivable that they could be deeply offended by the post.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree with me then that it's also conceivable that the department's reputation could be damaged in those African-American communities if they become aware of this post?
I mean, I really can't speak for members of the African-American community because I'm not a member of it,
Okay.
but I could see where people might find it offensive. But then again, there's a lot of offensive things out there that some people find as humor.
During the course of your lawsuits and or complaints against Chief Hood, did you also allege that he was part of a secret organization?
No,
You didn't allege that he communicated through secret knocks,
that he did.
that there were secret knocks?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this line of questioning.
Goes, may we have a few moments?
Sure, I think you should lay a foundation for it before you throw it out, don't you think?
I think it goes to the witness's credibility if he's alleging secret societies and secret knocks and secret organizations. But if you'll give me a few moments, I can work on doing that.
I have an objection on the relevance of this.
What did you say? Comment?
She offered credibility.
Credibility is the reason, well, that's ostensibly gets them going, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chief. Okay. We were discussing the lawsuits that have been filed. In those lawsuits, have you made any claims that the city leadership were part of a cult?
Yes.
Tell me about the secret knocks.
I have no idea what you're talking about on the secret knocks.
Okay. What did you mean when you were referencing their cult?
I believe I said it was like a cult, that once you make it down to the chief's office, you're part of a little inner circle and decisions are made inside there without any outside input and very little, if any, transparency.
During this time when these lawsuits and complaints are being filed, you were working on being promoted, is that correct?
Correct.
And part of those suits and complaints stem from you not being promoted, that as you felt you deserved, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that in a Zoom meeting, you asked what was going on with the Lauren Bennett discipline. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said discipline. I asked what was going on with it. I don't remember if I said discipline or not.
Okay. But you were trying to figure out what was happening with the situation.
Yes, because at the end, they open it for questions
Mhm.
and several people had asked me, including my driver, what was happening.
Did this occur prior to Ms. Bannock being issued an indefinite suspension?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Chief, when you observed who was at that meeting, the most prominent members of the meeting stood out. Is that why you can remember specifically Anthony Trevino and Eric Walsh?
Yes.
Okay. You remember Meade and Campbell because they were referred to as vanilla, was it vanilla milk duds? Okay.
Correct.
And earlier you referred to them in that vein, but were you doing that? You weren't calling them vanilla milk duds? You
No.
were referencing them vis-a-vis your complaint. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
The city just brought up some of your background. I want to ask you a few questions about that. Have you ever been disciplined for making untruthful statements or false allegations?
No.
No? To date, you've never been investigated that you are reporting things that are false or untruthful?
I never have.
No. And you also testified, you clarified upon questioning about things that may have been said in pleadings. I assume that's what that was. You didn't represent yourself in those cases, did you?
No, Dan Bass represented me
Okay.
there.
And one of the things you said was you felt it was cult-like because there was very little transparency. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, that report that Natalie Roju filed, that she gave the city in reference to the sushi incident, didn't it state in there that the chief's office did not pass that up? They did not pass the complaint to the city manager's office as they were required to?
That is correct.
Would that be would that be in your mind an example of a lack of transparency?
That would be an example. But the biggest example to me was I was never given a copy of that report. I found it on the internet.
Kevin Williams is your driver. What was Kevin's sense of the post?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Okay,
I agree with that.
okay. So did you have any, I think we went into it already, but you didn't have any incidents of divisiveness among firefighters at your stations?
No,
It's been a while. Chief, what battalion is 38's in?
7.
Seven.
Battalion 7.
And where is that in the city?
It's on the east side of town.
And it serves predominantly which socio,
Predominantly black neighborhoods,
and you've been over there how long, sir?
since the day I was promoted.
Do you like serving that community, sir?
Yes, that's why I really like it there.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a question about those posts. I'm not sure which one you have in front of you, Chief, but I think grievance 12 is right there in front of you. G12. Right in front of you. It's in your hand, sir. No, there.
It's G11.
Oh, G11. I'll get it right one of these days. Does anything in that post identify Miss Bennick as a San Antonio firefighter?
Not that I see.
You would have to manipulate, i.e. click things to get back to her profile, correct?
I'm not a Facebook guru, so I'm assuming you're correct.
Okay, that's fine. But
Okay.
from that, you can't tell if she's a city fireman or anything, can you?
I mean, the post to me doesn't even have her name on it. I'm assuming she printed this. I don't know where the name came from.
It's part of the post,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
Okay. Now, from that, you can't tell she's a San Antonio firefighter.
No, sir.
But was there any doubt in your or anybody else's minds that day during that meeting who Fire Chief Charles Hood was?
No, there was no doubt.
Why not?
He was wearing his uniform. We were in the public safety headquarter building. And he is the one that called the meeting.
So he was in uniform and speaking to a group of people and made those statements.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that impairs or damages the reputation of the San Antonio Fire Department
Yes, sir.
more than Ms. Bennick's post?
Yes, sir.
Why?
This, she's not identified. In that case, we knew who he was. Plus, he's the person that gives the fire department direction. We all kind of follow his lead.
He's the department head.
Yes, sir.
Is his standard higher or lower than Ms. Bennick's in your opinion,
I would hope considerably higher.
that he should be held accountable to?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Chief, do you think one racial slur is better or worse than another racial slur?
Again, I don't know because from what I see on TV, that appears to be acceptable.
I'm asking you.
To me, no.
Yeah,
No,
racial slurs are equally bad.
correct.
So sorry. Prior to this arbitration, did you know who Miss Bennick was?
Yes.
How did you know who she was?
I worked with her a few times. The one that sticks out in my mind, it was after a fire. The apartment had been boarded up. And once it's boarded up, only a chief can unboard it. I guess that's a word. An old lady was afraid her cat was still in the home. We went over and unboarded the house, and Lauren and another guy went in and got the cat.
So you knew who she was through work.
Yes,
So if you saw her name next to a post that was racially insensitive, you would know she worked for the San Antonio Fire Department.
yes.
Nothing further.
Nothing further.
Yeah.
You're released, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm gonna go get my last witness, sir. I'm gonna go get my last witness. We can go off the record. All right, sir. Are we ready to begin? Sir, could you state your name for the record?
Lieutenant Kenneth Campbell,
And how long have you been with the SAFD, Lieutenant?
23 years,
How long have you been a lieutenant?
since 2006.
2006. We're here today to talk about an incident that occurred around the 2014 timeframe where, do you remember attending a meeting where the fire chief was there speaking as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recollect? What stood out to you about that? Well, before I get into that, do you recollect who was at the meeting with you?
It was a room, it was over at the academy, I believe, and it was a room full of maybe 40 or 50, I believe. What we were discussing or what was being presented was the new MIH program. So there were a bunch of people in there. I do remember myself, several different investigators from arson. I believe Neil Mead, who was an instructor at the time, was sitting in as well.
Lieutenant, do me a favor. I want you to use that microphone so the hearing examiner can hear you as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you testified it was at the training academy. Are you sure it couldn't have been at the public safety headquarters?
The only place that I could think of that would be at headquarters is a downstairs conference room, but I believe they were cycling people in and out. So usually the academy is the best place for that.
But it was 7 Well, it was September of 2014. Does that sound about right?
It sounds about right, yes,
Okay, so it's 6, 7 years ago.
yes,
Okay, so it was a while. But you do recollect this particular meeting, don't you?
I do.
Why?
Fire chief had made a comment regarding myself and another firefighter being quote unquote white milk duds.
Was it vanilla milk duds or white milk duds?
Vanilla milk duds, yeah, yes.
Okay, and when you say fire chief, could you identify which fire chief you're speaking
Chief
of?
Hood,
Fire Chief Charles Hood?
yes,
Okay. He referred to you and another white office, a white firefighter as a vanilla milk dud.
correct.
Were you at that meeting with Brian McInery?
I don't necessarily remember Brian being there, but there were a lot of people at that meeting.
Okay, but
so,
you didn't come to that meeting with Brian McInery.
No,
Okay. Did you even know that Brian McInery filed a complaint against the fire chief
No, I
because
did
of that
not.
meeting?
no,
You didn't, you had no idea.
no,
Did you file a complaint?
no.
Why not?
Well, there were a number of chiefs in that room at the time. And honestly, I'm in a position, or I was in a position at that time in arson. It's a resume spot, as is hazmat, rescue, airport, a number of positions that are resumed. So you can be let go or sent back to whatever division you came from when they decide that you no longer need to be there. And it could be for any reason. They don't actually even have to give cause. They can simply say, thank you for your time here. Your services are no longer needed and you can wind up back in another division.
Okay,
So I was happy with where I was at and I simply just didn't say anything.
you did not make a report.
Correct.
Because you were concerned that what action might be taken against you that could harm you in the workplace. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, now let's get back to what was said. You were referred to as a vanilla milk dud. Do you happen to recollect why?
I honestly don't know why, because I hadn't been, we were simply there to listen. I wasn't there to speak. For whatever reason, chief's eyes fell on myself and I want to say, I believe it was Neil Mead, who was the other person there sitting near me or close to me. And he was the other person being referred to. And he just said it. You'd have to ask him why.
Have to ask Chief
Chief
Hood.
Hood.
Do you think Chief Hood was serious when he called you a vanilla milk dud? Or was he making a joke?
He may have been making a joke.
Did other people laugh about it?
Yes, they did.
And you were kind of the butt of the jokes.
Correct.
Did you take that vanilla milk dud reference to mean to kind of be a racially aimed at you because you are white?
Yeah,
Was
I
it-
mean, there was no other connotation that I could think of. I mean, why not?
And he didn't,
Any other-
he didn't explain it.
No.
He just said those two vanilla milk duds over there.
I believe if I remember right, he said like, look at you two looking like a couple of vanilla milk duds.
Okay. Did you think that was appropriate for the fire chief to say something like that?
Personally, no, I don't.
Okay. How did that make you feel, Lieutenant?
This is a little insulting. I mean, I've been called a lot of things by people and profanity, but to be in a room with your peers and to be singled out like that, it felt insulting, is the best way I can put it.
And you actually ran into Hood a few days later, didn't you?
I did.
And it came up again, correct?
Well, I actually kind of brought it up. We were back at headquarters. We were in the hallway. He had come off the elevator and I was with another investigator. He asked us how things were going and I kind of filled him in on one of the cases we were working on, I had just filed. And he said, well, it sounds like you did a pretty good job. And I said, yeah, not bad for a vanilla done. And he goes, oh, you remember that? I said, yeah, it was kind of hard to forget. And he said, well, we'll talk to you later. And he went back to his office.
Okay. You think, have you seen the post that Ms. Bennett made?
I did not.
You didn't see the post?
No.
Okay. Would you turn to the city's binder right there, that binder, tab number 3.
One with former President Obama.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. You can review that whenever you're ready. I'll proceed.
Okay.
Do you think that's appropriate to post?
No, it's not something I would post.
Okay, all right. Is that something that you think someone should be fired for posting?
No,
Does the San Antonio Fire Department practice progressive discipline?
no. I believe there's a progressive discipline policy, but as far as demonstrating progressive discipline, no, I don't believe they do.
Okay, all right. You agree, though, it could be taken it's very simple to take that in a racial manner. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
I would agree.
Okay. But you also would agree that there's nothing in that that references any race?
No,
Okay. And having been a victim in the San Antonio Fire Department of racial comments, do you think that is any different than what happened to you?
no, not really.
Do you have any idea if anything was ever done to Charles Hood after he made those comments that day?
I have no idea. I don't believe there was. Nobody ever came to me and discussed anything that may or may not have been said to him or done to him in regards to those comments, so.
Okay. That wasn't the only thing that was said that day, though, correct?
Correct.
He also made some comments about American Indians, Native Americans.
I do remember that as well,
You remember
yes.
those as well?
Back when he was working in Phoenix, I believe.
Okay, what did he say, if you can remember?
That he remembers that, always having to go out and, Native Americans, that you're not going to get them to stop drinking. They're always making, guess you would consider drunk in public Native Americans in Phoenix. It was just something that they dealt with, apparently.
You were familiar, Lieutenant, with or have you ever heard of a stereotype about American Indians possibly being more prone to alcoholism?
Yes,
Yeah. And do you think that is what he was referencing then?
I believe so.
Do you think that that is do you think that's a fair stereotype to throw it up at a group?
No, not at all. I'm Irish, so
Well, Irish, I think that
Yeah.
stereotype's been thrown at them too, right?
yeah, quite a bit.
Okay. Nothing further.
You said you're a lieutenant, correct?
Correct.
Lieutenant, my name is Rosa Pfeiffer. I'm an attorney for the city of San Antonio. We've never spoken prior to today, have we?
No.
Have you spoken to Tom Caldwell prior to today?
Yes, he informed me that he was going to send me a subpoena regarding this incident that occurred.
Do you guys discuss the nature of your testimony?
He asked me what had happened to the best of my recollection, and I let him know what I remembered.
Mr. Caldwell worked for the San Antonio Fire Department.
We both worked at the department at the same time, yes.
How long
Okay,
did,
I'm going to object to this under relevance grounds and that it seems like to me now she's attacking my credibility.
Not at all. I'm just asking whether or not he has communicated with Mr. Caldwell and suggesting that perhaps he has a bias in this outcome of this case, which I haven't got to yet.
But you are asking him questions about my former service to the city of San Antonio.
If he had worked with you.
And she's getting ready to answer.
She's attacking my credibility. Attempting to,
Not yet, but
but that's okay.
counsel, proceed.
Thank you. How long did you work with Mr. Caldwell?
I never worked directly with him I was never assigned to work with him permanently. The times that I did work with him, he was a temporary officer at my station for a couple of weeks, I believe. From time to time, he would be sent over to be in charge. So it was on and off at best for maybe 6 months, maybe.
months. You mentioned at this meeting that occurred at the Fire Academy that Fire Chief Hood allegedly called you and in your original testimony, a white milk dud. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then after a question by Mr. Caldwell, you kind of amended that to say a vanilla milk dud. Which one was it?
it was vanilla.
Okay. Seems to be a statement like that would be pretty hard to forget. How is it that you mix the two up, vanilla versus white?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. Would you agree with me that vanilla is not a race?
No, it's a color.
Mr. Caldwell asked you to look at the city's binder on tab 2 there, or 3, excuse me, with the post from Ms. Benick, and you mentioned that that doesn't identify a race either.
No,
But you took your comment or the alleged comment Fire Chief Hood made as him intending it as a racial comment based on those words, correct?
yes,
When you look at this post by Ms. Benick, you would agree with me that it could be taken as a racial comment.
depending on who's reading it, yes.
Could be. Even though it doesn't mention race.
Correct.
Okay. You testified that you did not file a complaint against Chief Hood. Is that correct for this alleged comment?
Correct.
You had been with the department for a number of years at that point in 2014, true?
14, well, 16 years at that point, yes.
You're familiar with the fact that you could have filed a complaint with Human Resources?
Yes,
You could have filed a complaint with your commanding officer.
yes.
You could have filed a complaint with the Office of Municipal
Integrity,
Integrity, yes, OMI.
yes.
You could have filed a complaint with the EEOC,
I could have, yes.
could have filed a lawsuit.
Possibly.
You didn't take any of those actions at that time.
No, I did not.
You further testified that the post Ms. Benick made was no different than what happened to you because of the statement allegedly made by Chief Hood, correct?
Yes,
Ms. Benick posted this on social media. Did you know that?
I did.
You know, this was shared on a page of a gentleman by the name of Rich Whitehead.
No, I did not.
What is Facebook?
social media platform.
Is it on the internet?
It is,
Are you familiar with Facebook?
yes.
If you share something on someone's page, friends of that person could see the post.
Depending on how, whatever settings you have set up, I believe, yes, you can.
The point of posting something on Facebook is so someone else can see it.
Yes,
I believe you testified that you felt this post was inappropriate, correct?
correct.
That you would not post something like this?
No.
Why wouldn't you post something like this?
Well, as you brought up, it could be taken one way by one person and another way by another person. I choose not to put myself in those kind of positions.
As a member of the San Antonio Fire Department, would you want members of the public that you serve to see this post by Ms. Bienick?
Can you say that one more time? Would
Sure.
I want members of the public.
Would you want members of the public that you serve,
Mhm.
to see this post?
No, not if the person posting it is obviously known to be a representative of our department. No, I don't believe so.
Did you know Ms. Bienick prior to coming to today's arbitration?
No,
Had you ever worked with her before?
no,
Did you ever heard her name around the department?
no.
Had you heard about this post before?
Prior to the, yes, I heard about her termination when it had happened. It was a year ago or so. And that's the first time I actually even heard her name. So I spent 10 years in arson, and there were a lot of people that came through the department out in fire and EMS that I just have no idea who they are.
Mhm. You said you heard about it upon her termination. How did you become aware she was terminated?
Grapevine, just word of mouth.
Through other firefighters?
Yeah,
Were they also commenting on the post and the reason for her termination?
all they had mentioned is that there was a post. I never knew what it was, just that had been a post on Facebook and she had been terminated for it.
Were you aware that after this post, she was advised to take down anything offensive from her social media?
No,
Were you aware that after that advice, she then made a second post?
He said he wasn't aware she's advised anything. Why are you continuing on the line of questioning? He's asked and answered. He doesn't know.
I believe he said that he didn't know that she was advised. I'm asking if he knows there's a secondary post. It's a different question.
You might want to explain to him what you mean by secondary.
Sure. Lieutenant, after Ms. Bienick posted this picture of a monkey, to your knowledge, did she make any other posts?
I honestly don't know.
You testified that she did not deserve to be fired for this post.
Correct.
You didn't have a hand in her discipline, did you?
No,
You weren't aware that she was advised after this post to take down anything offensive.
no.
You weren't aware that there was a secondary post.
Objection asked and answered.
Well, it also assumes, in fact, not evidence, I think.
I'm sorry, what?
It was asked. It was.
Sustained or overruled, sir?
Sustained.
Okay, sustained.
Thank you. Uh, So your comment, your testimony that she did not deserve to be fired was based on a limited information that you had.
What I'm seeing here, yes. If you're saying that this limited information. No, I probably would not have fired her for that.
All right. Sir, you mentioned that you're familiar somewhat with Facebook. When you make a post and your profile picture and name is attached to that post, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And anyone who views that post can click on your name and takes you to their profile page.
I believe so.
I'm sorry.
Facebook allows you to limit what information people see. So whatever you have on your profile page is whatever you decide people can know. I have a Facebook page. My profile page allows people only to see certain things. Nobody knows that I'm actually a firefighter because it's not listed there.
Okay, go ahead and turn to page or tab 2 for me. This is taken off Ms. Bennett's Facebook page. Can you tell from this profile picture where she works?
I think so, yes.
Where is that?
San Antonio Fire Department.
Can see that on the fire engine that's behind her?
Yes, yeah, and yes. I mean, I'm familiar with the uniform, so for me, it's a bit of a giveaway.
Turn 1 page, please. This photograph also depicts Ms. Bennett, correct?
Yes,
And here she's wearing a firefighter gear. Correct?
correct.
Pass the witness.
I have no questions. I'd ask that he be released.
There's a couple of questions. Council Pfeiffer was leading you into the field of bias in testimony. That's why she asked if you were friendly with Council Caldwell. And he said, he told you you were going to get a subpoena to testify today.
Correct.
Did you discuss your testimony generally?
He asked me about the incident at the meeting and if I recalled it. I said that I did. He asked me if I remember being called a vanilla milk dud. I said I did. And he asked me if there was anything else, and I had mentioned the running into Chief Hood about a week later.
So I take it, he didn't tell you what to say here today, did he?
No.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
No.
One more thing to clear up something that I can't presume what the hearing examiner is thinking, but Ken, would you agree that I'm pretty well known in the San Antonio Fire Department?
I would say you are.
Why is that?
Well, you're one of the few people that you came into the department, made captain, you became a helicopter pilot in the military. You came back, became a lawyer. So not too many people in our department deviate, leave our department, or even accomplish some of those things, even while they're a firefighter. So
So you know, a lot of folks know who I am, correct?
yes.
And I know a lot of firemen. I represent a lot of firemen. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just adding that for the hearing exam. Nothing further. May you be released, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant, thank you for
Have a
coming.
good day.
Sir, that is all the witnesses we have for today. To be quite honest with you, with the exception of my client, the grievant, I don't have any more witnesses on my case.
And we have the culmination of Chief Hood's testimony tomorrow
In the morning, yes.
in the morning. After which Greenwood goes. Okay.
Okay. 9 o'clock tomorrow, sir?
So I guess we are adjourned for today.